Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Clearwater, Minnesota. This is the Preserve Championship presented by Simon Line. Our current conditions show us just 56 degrees, humidity at 88%, wind 12 miles per hour coming out of the east. We'll take a look at our current DGPT world standings, where Ganon Buhr sits atop at 1,083 points. Just behind him, Anthony Barella and Ricky Wysocki, our returning champ. Speaking of Ganon Buhr, we find him just off the fairway of hole number 12. This is his third. He's trying to scramble into a par. Cory Ellis trying to take the outright lead on hole 12. Just short. And welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller joined alongside three-time world champ Nate Doss. Nate, we're at the Preserve. Yes, it's been tweaked slightly, but you say time and time again, you love the golf and the action out on this property, don't you?
Yeah, no doubt about it. 6 years ago, Cale started this process. We're now in our sixth version of the Preserve Championship. This really place is built for the players, and Cale did that purposely. These guys can camp, these guys and gals can camp out there. They can spend that week and really sort of just focus on maybe even getting their game ready as we head into the really peak of the major season. So I love the Preserve. Can't wait to get this thing going.
Well, some slight changes that we're going to see here is that we've gotten rid of hole number 5 that has been completely removed, the one that we saw last year, and we also have split up hole number 10 to make up for some of that. So the long par 5 was split into two new holes, where we're going to see 9 and 10 with very different looks. Then we also extended hole number 6, which turned it into a par 4, and then we're going to see different pin positions labeled as the A and B pin positions. We'll see those on two different holes. That's holes 3 and 16. Today they're in the A pins. Tomorrow they'll be in the B positions. And Cory Ellis is on the tee of 13.
Yeah, we just saw that putt Cory make. Moved him to 7 under par. He's got one bogey out there.
And Ganon is also on the tee of 13.
Ganon sitting at 5 under, a clean scorecard, so no bogeys out there today. One of the things, Terry, looking at just the leaderboard right now, we don't see anybody at double digit. And that's very shocking out of the Preserve. This weather is affecting these players.
Well, the last time we saw Ganon, he was going head-to-head with Anthony Barella. Kyle Klein obviously in the mix as well, but Barella struggling on the final hole at the Northwest Championships.
This was just a shocking 10 minutes of disc golf. Ganon birdied 17 to give himself an opportunity. This shot right here, taking the shot around the big tree late. And then Kyle had a chance to maybe put the play off. Almost gets the eagle. The crowd was electric right here. And all of a sudden it was a shock to the system for AB as well as the entire crowd in Portland.
Yeah, including the reaction that we see from Ganon Buhr just behind him, as he would be able to tap in and walk away with a victory. Heartbreak for Anthony Barella, and we all know that there'll be plenty of battles to come. Anthony Barella talks still about the confidence and where he's at with his game. You have to think he's a favorite or one of the top guys that you're looking at when you head into the major season and when we head overseas.
Yeah, I mean, AB will be a favorite in every tournament that he plays for the coming future, that's for sure. Okay, now that putt was for Cory to get the 7 under par. Like I said, just the one bogey.
See some sixes out there as well. Sullivan Tipton, Matty O, who we watched just yesterday. He is in the clubhouse with his 6 under. And on the other side of the break, we'll watch Kyle Klein tee off.
We are here with Simon line, Neutron Balance, the first mid-range in the Simon line. If I had to compare it to an MVP disc, I would say a reactor that feels a bit more like a hex, but flies slightly more overstable than a reactor. This is a disc that could really handle anything. Windy days, forehand and backhand. I will get aces with this, I don't doubt that. The Simon line Balance, available now.
I'm Jason, and I'm the marketing and promotions manager for Zig Outdoor, and this is the Transit Cart. One of the unique features with the Transit Cart is the ability to load discs from the top. All of my discs are right there, readily accessible. Another great feature of the Transit Cart is the extra storage space down below, and the telescoping handle can fit to any height that I might need. The Transit Cart is a great option for people who are looking for additional storage, ease of use, and accessibility.
Already know.
The Preserve Championships are presented by Simon Line. No limits. Cory Ellis to tee on 14.
Very tight gap here. Long par 5 over 1,000 feet. You need a good tee shot. Put yourself in position to get aggressive. And Cory has done just that. That is nearly perfect. And one guy that we didn't see on that coverage from Portland when we watched Ganon, AB, Kyle, the fourth on that card, Cory Ellis. Now, Cory was playing good 2 weeks ago as well. Gave himself an opportunity. Didn't play well in the final round. But still, Cory playing good, clearly as of late, and he's leading the tournament.
And we see Daniel Polk, a.k.a. Danny, is what most of us would call him. 4-time Minnesota Majestic champion in MP40. He's amassed more than 90 wins in his overall PDGA resume, and truly one of the nicest humans you could possibly ever interact with. Both Nate and I have had the pleasure of playing either with him and or just interacting with at events. Great
Good
guy through and
afternoon,
through.
everyone. Thanks for joining us at the
Looks like we're
Preserve
ready to go.
Championship presented by Simon Line. We're about to send off our 3:10 tee time. First up on the box from Michigan, please welcome Kyle Klein. Next up from Massachusetts, let's hear it for Paul Kranz. Next up, from Minnesota, show some love for Danny Polk. And from Wisconsin, let's hear it for Adam Hammis.
And our own Grant Zellner is going to catch up with Danny Polk.
Here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, what are the feelings? What are the goals for this weekend?
Yeah.
Our goal is just same as always, try to go bogey free and just compete with the young guys. So those are my main goals this weekend when I come to the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
You're out here in front of friends and family as a local favorite. You've also got cameras on you, which might be something new. Which causes more nerves? Which puts more of a charge into you?
Oh, well, every tournament poses a nerves for me. But usually when I get my first three or par, that's kind of like when I settle down and start playing.
All right, settle down. Do great this weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cory Ellis throwing his second on hole number 14. And that looks like trouble, but it does bounce. The leaf actually threw me off. I thought that was kicking back out for him, but instead, earlier in the fairway, he does fall inbounds. So either way, he's safe. That's the important part.
He is, and I agree with you. It was a little bit of a optical illusion there. This one, no optical illusion. That's perfectly down the middle for Ganon Buhr. Great shot. A little bit more aggressive out of bounds lines too on the right side there. If you're in the tall grass, you're OB.
I'd love to add a little more on to Danny Polk. He just finished runner-up to Nate Sexton at the United States Masters. At the Tim Selinsky Major, he just finished runner-up there a few weeks ago. Also, I think is very cool, he was inducted in 2024 to the North American Indigenous Athletics Hall of Fame. And I know he took that very serious, as he should. So nothing but love and props again to one Danny Poe.
Oh, that's awesome. And that disc he just threw, that was a good shot. He's going to be up there. Chance to scramble, make par. That's really the disc he should have thrown off the tee. It really handled that crosswind well. I think he went a little too understable on the initial tee shot, as the wind on the tee shot was going from left to right. Now these players are going to be throwing back into a headwind, sort of a head cross as they throw over to the basket.
Watching Paul Kranz.
Oh, and Paul's going to play the safer side, but that big skip, we're going to have to see if that's out of bounds. With that wind and the distance, not feeling like he could get all the way to the basket. I think very quickly, Terry, we're seeing exactly why the lead is at just 7 under par. Early in this tournament, the wind, the wet rain conditions yesterday, the course still soaking wet. Gotta worry about footing. Interesting attack there from Kyle, going to the sidearm. I would not have expected that from the middle of the fairway, and that was a little bit of a loose shot. He did find inbounds, but I think from this position, the backhand is just fine. An overstable disc. Utilize that little crosswind. It's going to kind of drop the disc as it gets to the green. Something very overstable here is all that's really needed. That's not enough stability at all.
Well, he may be surprised to see the green flag. It definitely was not the result he was planning for as he was second-guessing the disc.
Yeah, I just think you go with something overstable because all left is inbounds. No problems over there.
Cory's third does the job. He'll have that short-range look.
This is just one of my favorite holes of the entire season. I love this basket location. It's really a true par 5. 4 is a very good score here.
And we're taking a look at the Hold My Bag picks. Nate, you got in on the action, it looks like?
Well, they certainly asked me to pick, and it was really fun. I got to go through the list there. Certainly going to pick Ricky Wysocki, the 2-time defending champion. He's won this tournament 3 times. McMahon, I was really hoping his big arm and power would do well out here, but he is struggling earlier in the tournament. Luke, of course, has played well here. He kind of jumped on the scene here at the Preserve. And that Ben Callaway pick, that was a fun one. And, of course, Double G. Big arm, Double G being outside the top 50 as you do your Hold My Bag. It was a fun process. I really, really enjoyed it. Now it's the waiting game, though, Terry. I got to wait and see how they do.
Well, he said he could calm down possibly once he gets that first par. He set himself up for it. I think plenty of people agree with that mentality. Just get the first par, get the first hole underway, and go from there. Ganon going to pick up the birdie and get to 6 under.
Cory tacks another one on. Both men playing that hole very well. Cory got a little lucky on that right side, but took advantage of it. Sullivan tipped it 7 down.
With that, we're going to take a quick break on the network.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket. These are torque-resistant discs, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
Long birdie look for Adam Hammes.
Cory, just another rope. What a shot. Making the mandatory easily and gaining a bunch of distance as he moves to the right. I think we'll see this approach from a lot of people as well, Terry. If they have a big enough sidearm to get up and over that ridge line, and really get to the right. As you come past that mandatory, you want the disc to move right.
Paul Kranz has a bogey look.
So boy, got to assume he was out of bounds after that second shot of his.
Rough start for Paul.
Yeah, that's a disappointing bogey. It's not the easiest birdie hole one today, especially with the wind, but a bogey is certainly something that you absolutely do not want.
It's a basket
I was gonna
inspection
say,
going on out there.
investigation. No out of bounds here on the second shot on 15. In fact, there's really no out of bounds on the entire hole. See that spectator rope over on the left side. Again, going very high and using that angle to stop very quickly. There's really just this one tree, Terry, that you can see right out there in the center of your screen. You just kind of got to bend around that. You don't want to really land at the pin. You want to be about 15 feet right and just let the hillside funnel it over there.
Narrowly misses the Mando tree, but then hits one 50 feet after it and gets a nasty kick to the left.
Yeah, there is out of bounds on the left too. It didn't look like you would have had enough juice, but anytime it's kicking left here, you always have to think about that line.
Oh. Hulk just outside a bullseye. Great shot.
Danny's kind of got that classic Minnesota game. You know, plays in a lot of wooded shots. Very smooth in the woods.
I mean, one of his best friends is Dr. Smooth, so.
Oh, that one looks like it could get OB. That had a little bit more juice on it as it took that kick. The hole's only 318, but the double Mando and, of course, these woods, just it's a little nervy shot here.
And the closest to the pin, none other than Danny Polk. Right up next to the pin, Danny Polk has calmed the nerves, looking for his first birdie of the day.
Bend the reality of what a disc can be and discover Ultra Soft plastic. With its extreme flexibility and tackiness, Ultra Soft has the best grip and flex of any plastic Prodigy has ever made. Take on cold or wet weather with confidence behind every shot. We are excited to add 300 Ultra Soft to the lineup, which joins 400 and 500 Ultra Soft. Check out the entire collection today on ProdigyDisc.com or your local retailer.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby. Get on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that tea bag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
The defending champion, Silva Saarinen!
Silva becoming a scarier player to play against each year.
If someone has the touch, could very well be Silva. Silva Saarinen from Circle 2. Pretty solid pace as she pushes for the lead.
She's done it! The winner of All Open 2025, Silva Saarinen!
Does it concern you how much Infinite Discs uses your likeness in their marketing?
No, not at all. First off, the Alpaca is an amazing putter.
Right.
And Alpacas don't miss. Shout out my guy Proctor. And Infinite Discs is a great company. They have like 100,000 discs in stock, so their selection and prices are incredible. So I'm not concerned about being associated with them. I'll tell you what does concern me though.
What?
The rise of AI.
Oh yeah, that's scary stuff.
AI is everywhere and also like so hard to tell it was real. I was not.
Cory Ellis lining up a birdie on 15. Ten birdies and 15 holes.
Yeah, that conversation of no double digits, that's starting to get a little less likely here. Yeah, I was mentioning when we went to break earlier, Sullivan Tipton, he is now 8 under par. He's playing the 18th hole currently. He's bogey free. Man, and I was looking at Sullivan for my Hold My Bag too, and I just didn't pull the trigger. That would have been a good one, right, Terry?
Definitely, always welcome. Yeah, if I got time, right? They're catching monsters. Yeah. Almost 4.5 under. Yeah.
And here's Ricky Wysocki, daily fantasy position this weekend for the Preserve. We have them at 4.5. To participate in regulated sports wagering on DGPT events or to play DGPT Daily Fantasy, head over to nxtbets.com/playdgpt.
I feel like Ricky might wear those glasses at the poker table, Terry.
Place my bet on that. I like it.
Don't give away any tells, as they like to say. Oh boy, this needs to get stable quickly. Wow. Did you hear what Cory said? He said, well, that disc is out of the bag.
Not quite the stability he was looking for.
I don't know.
Or expecting.
Yeah, that was pretty wide initially, but yeah, didn't hold up. It's a long hole here, 402 feet. Basket on the back side of that mound out there.
Wow. Not too far.
And after the closest drive, Danny will pick up the birdie on 2.
So do we establish that Danny is 46 years old?
Good afternoon, everyone.
I think he's somewhere in that neighborhood. He's ready to go against the young guns.
Card
That's awesome.
On the first day of the Preserve Championship presented by Simon Line. First up on the box from Arizona, our defending champion, Ricky Wysocki. Next up from Arizona, let's hear it for Anthony Barella. You might recognize the next guy from our title sponsorship this year. Give it up for Simon Lizotte. Next up from Michigan, please give a warm welcome to Andrew Marweed.
Simon certainly not taking the intended Simon line with that drive that he had. However, he went out to this property back in March. He vlogged about it. Here's the story.
Little business trip we have going on here. We're still in Austin, Texas. It's Monday morning, and we're going to Minneapolis, Minnesota. MVP had the brilliant idea to make Simon Line the title sponsor of the Preserve this year. For me to be title sponsor, I wanted to have at least some kind of influence or something to do with this whole event, just so it doesn't feel just random. We get to spend a day and a half with Kale, bouncing back some thoughts and ideas about course design and tweaking this property a little bit to make it Simon approved.
Keep the cedars?
Stay.
Really? Okay.
Take this, take that, and just clean this area like 30 feet this way in like a little circle.
But leave these cedars.
Yeah, those are like the fairway bunker. That's where you clearly don't want to be. But you can hyzer early and have like a back door. You can still come in right. You have a chance to like slide kind of through them and be fine.
Interesting. The main things, we got a big change on 7.
Yeah.
The par 3 through the Oaks, we're extending into a par 4. We are doing 2 different holes, hole 3 and hole 16 with multiple pin placements. Old hole 10, the long par 5, we are essentially breaking up into 2 holes, a par 3 and a par 4. Both will be brand new. 10, we found a really sweet basket location, elevated about a bunker that I think is going to play really tough.
I think the essence of the course is still majorly the same.
I feel really good about it. I hope you do too.
Simon line approved.
A unique opportunity and project, as Simon explained.
So it was not a good tee shot whatsoever, but Simon's going to get aggressive. He's going to need all the distance he can get here. Okay. That is safe over there. I mean, aggressive shot should pay off with a relatively easy par. I do got to say, Terry, it was really cool to see both Simon and Cale working together, 2 of the greats in our sport. Cale, of course, initially starting this tournament with Airborne and getting all that going, and now Simon coming in this year. Really just a cool process to be a part of and to watch play out.
I also know I'm going to hit him up for the next tournament I run. He's giving out sponsorships.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man, you want to design a couple of holes?
As Marweed finds the green.
Man, we'd all be lucky to get a little input from Simon, honestly. And course design, the guys play a lot of courses. All right, so AB, obviously plenty of power, all the way pin high, but way to the right. So he has a lot of distance here, and I like the sidearm play from AB. This crosswind, kind of crosshead should help kind of keep it straight. Knock it down right here. This looks great. A little too much power.
Yeah, flashing just past the basket, in fact.
And that was the proper mistake for AB to make. You obviously don't want to be short, and that was a fantastic shot. Tricky little green here. Any basket hits off the top can easily roll down into that 20-25 foot mark. We've seen it happen many times over the years here on 16. But part of the chains, that'll always do. What a putt.
Just makes it look so effortless. Deep in circle 2. What wind?
Exactly. A number 1 spot here for Rick. Very nice.
That'd be a good way to start out. Maybe a little eagle skip in. Instead, he's just going to have the bullseye hit for birdie.
I know Rick had a little bit more distance than we saw from Klein and Hammes earlier, but that's exactly the shot that I was expecting. Something overstable. Ganon, very nice down the gauntlet on 17. This is really just a gut check here, Terry. You can't just blast it through these trees. You gotta have a little bit of control. Nose up. So you can go long or right out of bounds. You can actually kick off one of those trees and go left out of bounds very easily.
And a good-looking tee shot from Klein.
This is a tough putt to try to make. The distance he has on it with that branch coming across, just hard to try to spin it past that with enough forward momentum to get it all the way to the basket. Let's see if Simon can't make something happen. And that's the fear. You're trying to get a lot of spin on it just under that branch, and of course you bring the branch into play and you hit it. Green light here for AB, not much to think about.
Comes out firing, connects from circle 2.
I was really impressed with how AB handled this situation back at the Northwest Disc Golf Championship. Of course, we've talked about it at nauseum about how it went down and the missed putt and all those things. But Barella was professional in that moment. Just about 15 minutes later, he was out signing autographs for the crowd. I mean, it was a devastating moment, but AB's a pro, and he knows he's going to have many more opportunities. Real proud of the guy.
Cleanup on 1 as they'll head the double mandoed hole 2, but first we'll head back to 17. Ellis for birdie. Shocking.
Yeah, that double-digit ceiling is still not broken quite yet. Interesting on 17, they took away the elevated basket, making that just a little bit easier.
Far from where we saw Danny Polk finish up. Just looks the inside. Could be trouble if it hits something, but it gets past them all. Gonna leak out to the left side. He'll have a circle 2 look. I was gonna say that either hooked up or it got a nice little kiss late in the fairway, and I think it was the latter.
Yeah, it really just requires an absolutely dead straight shot. Just a little bit of hyzer on the release. Let it flip up to flat. And really we've seen a lot of this from these guys, a lot of stable discs. Could be a little bit wind adjustment for them.
Paul Kranz throwing his second on hole 4. Not bad for the 2022 AM World Champ. We've got both of them in the competition here this weekend, being Paul Kranz and then Cadence Burge over on the FPO side. AM World Champs from that year. Sullivan Tipton looking to close out strong.
Boom. Yeah, Sully's going to have that putt to get to 9 under. Played the hole just exactly as he probably drew it up. I think Kyle just has a little bit of worry about the footing. Can be tough on these pathways, especially with a little bit of moisture, but it looks good and a nice shot.
I'm like, I should have used that. Again. Oh my God.
Yep. And we know both Ellis and Buhr could skip right over the 10 under and possibly get to 11 under as this hole It's one of the most eagled holes that we see on the tour each year.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Terry. It's interesting. We're seeing sort of a right to left, slightly into the head. I wonder, that's going to make an eagle very challenging. Not impossible.
Simon decides to shed the outer layer, sets up with a putt and cans it.
We did have the pleasure of watching Simon yesterday play in the Match Play Championship round robin. He did miss a few putts, but overall Simon played really well.
Tipped in, closes out strong. Look at the back. 5 out of his last 6, 6 of his last 8. Let's head over to 3. This is one of the changes that we'll see here, Nate.
Yeah, it certainly is. Both positions are going to play exactly 408 feet. That's, interesting. Anyways, we're going to play the traditional shot here today. It's going to be the A pin over here on the left side. Really the hole that we've played all the years that we've been out here on this part of the course. It's a nice straight shot. You can kind of work it down this right side, just allowing it to finish. But it's on this little hill, so if you go a little bit too far left, you start to run away down that hill towards that cart path. We have seen many times players go out of bounds left here. It's one of those shots where you just really want to try to control the speed. You don't want to be blasting into the pin. You kind of want to be checking up into it. And we're going to see Marweed go to the forehand here. It's an impressive forehand distance-wise there for Marweed.
Yeah, too much power. Carries at least 30 feet past the basket, maybe closer to 40.
Needs a little bit more stability. That's actually going right to where the B pin is. Simon needing just a little bit more stability on that.
And Simon off, or excuse me, Ricky off in the distance of where we see Andrew Marweed, but giving it an ace run.
Yeah, so you see what I'm saying? As you come in, you kind of want to be checking that 15, 20, even 30 feet short of the pin. Ricky landing at the basket, going that 30, 40 long. Advantage with AB's power, you can go with something maybe a little bit slower here.
Yeah, I believe this is just a putter.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 400-foot hole, and he's throwing a putter. And look at all the control. What a shot by Anthony Barella.
Bullseye hit for Barella.
And that's just the advantage of having that tremendous arm speed, all the power that AB has, and really the confidence to step up and execute this shot here.
I mean, disc golf would be so much more fun to play if you could just throw a putter 400 feet just like this anytime, as these guys are hunting it down. A couple guys pretty close to doing it in just one shot. Got to thank our friends over at One Shot Energy. Of course, they're giving us a discount code. It's DGPT, and you get 25% off your entire order at oneshotenergy.com. And you can explore a wide range of energy chews, focus chews, and voice drops.
And one of the things that a lot of the viewers out there can do is when you warm up, go out there and play catch with a putter with your friend. Go out to 200 feet, 300 feet. I think it's a great way to get warm, but also giving you some options to maybe throw that putter off the tee pad. It's a good start. We'll see it. I mean, these guys obviously have a ton of power, and they're really blasting it out there. So, as I was saying, with this crosswind, maybe not the easiest eagle, but when you throw a tee shot like that, it's certainly in play.
Looks like Marweed's going to stand down for Lizotte, who's ready to go on the other side of the fairway.
And because of the B pin, this is all cleared out. In previous years, Simon would be behind a wall of low brush and trees.
That's a great bid from where he was.
I mean, he'd probably have a 12-foot putt on the B pin there.
Marweed leads in C1X putting, which is a surprise to no one, but his 31.58 make him 11th in the Disc Golf Pro Tour stats in terms of Circle 2 putting. Wysocki, decent amount of chains, but not enough to drop it in.
So Marweed is first in Circle 1?
He is first in C1X, but 11th in C2.
That's still a pretty good combination.
I wouldn't argue with it, that's for sure.
Out of curiosity, who's number 1 in Circle 2 at the moment?
Well, we can take a quick look, and I can tell you that Raven Newsom is at 36.96 with Anthony Barella just narrowly behind him at 35.46. So you have the longest arm in the game, and then you connect
Circle 2.
Yeah, you make from Circle 2. Something about that doesn't seem fair.
It does not.
Robert Burridge closing out.
Well, when you're given our statures, Terry, life's just not fair. But we'll see here what Cory and Ganon can do. As you said, can they break that double-digit number and get to 11 potentially? Both of them with good tee shots on 18. Carter Aarons, the youngster, playing pretty good too. 5 down, hole 14.
Love it.
Trying to ride that wind.
Saying it should be perfect, and it comes up short.
Yeah, there's a big golf bunker there, Terry, and landing in that is really no problem. And boy, look at the power that Cory got on his tee shot. Almost to this part of the fairway. See if he can get up and over that golf green. Or golf bunker, excuse me. He does. It's got to sit. All right, inbounds.
It is safe and still inbounds. And with that, we can take a look at our birdie zone. What do you think about that positioning there, Nate?
It is certainly the birdie zone, and this is the tee pad is kind of down right on your screen. They're coming out of the woods there. This back side of the birdie zone, that's probably a little bit too deep. Anywhere just around that 400-foot marker in that little clump of trees, that's right where we saw Kyle Klein earlier. He was perfectly lined up with the gap. But boy, it is a tough shot to actually get around this corner. A lot of times we see players sort of finishing a little bit too far left, and then creates an angle challenge as you head to the green.
That one hit off the tree and then carries backwards. Not sure it's quite in the zone, but it is. The birdie zone is sponsored by Birdie Pro. I don't understand why they advertise a board game when the whole world is going digital, but at least they offer free shipping during the tournament. So go out and pick up a Birdie Pro board game today at BodaBrothers.com.
Today on hole 4, just 14% birdies. So that birdie zone is not only challenging to get to, but if you get to it, it's also not easy to get to the basket. Simon going way high. That's that clump of trees I'm talking about. And he comes right down at about that 400-foot marker on our birdie zone. Should be relatively lined up with the gap heading into the green.
Wysocki pushing back the camera operators. We'll be right back with more action on the other side.
Great news! UPlay and the PDGA share a mission to provide education and support for healthier lifestyles through the sport of disc golf. By joining the PDGA, your membership dollars are directly at work for these amazing programs, introducing and producing disc golf players all over the world. Support our programs by joining the PDGA or donating here.
The disc you throw the most on the course is your putter. The Pixel makes putting so effortless, which is exactly what I wanted from this disc, that I can just put it on the line and then just let the disc slow float to the chains. It has a nice deep flight plate, very straight, very glidey thrower. For me, always, the more a putter beats in, the more magic it has inside, so hit those chains.
Ellis with an eagle bid to close out his opening round. Oh, and he tickles chains.
Ganon Buhr is just in that golf bunker, so he'll have a relatively flat putt, especially with his height. He can get up and over this little rim of the golf bunker. Great opportunity to make eagle to get to 11 under and set the clubhouse lead.
And he finishes with an eagle. Ganon Buhr skips the 10 under and goes right to 11. He's going to be your outright leader, and Cory Ellis will be one behind him.
And this is scary for the field. Ganon Buhr setting the pace, making big putts. The way he finished, it really, once we got on air, we saw everything that he did. He made the birdie on the par 5, followed that up with the next birdie on the par 4, and then those back-to-back birdies on the par 3s, and then finishing with the eagle. Cory also playing well through that stretch. Might see them play together tomorrow. A little bit of a gap happening here. You can see Sullivan tipped in at 9, but then you go to Matty O, 6. That's the best scores out there. Matty O last year finished in 3rd here at the Preserve.
Did the branch take too much off? He's not able to penetrate and get all the way through, so he'll be considerably short. See how aggressive he is on the putt. Coming up next, Marweed. Look at that flip up. It doesn't, wow. I was going to say, it doesn't get much better. He needed to slow it down just a little bit, take something off of that, but the actual flight of that disc, Thing of beauty.
Yeah, it's tough to take too much off, especially trying to just really hit this gap. Simon trying to get a little too cutesy there. He's going to get through. That'll actually be a very makeable putt for Simon. I think Simon trying to get a little too fancy. Just needs to take something that he can throw hard through that gap.
Oh, not enough turn for Rick. Needed to put that on more angle with the Anheuser out of his hand. Obviously, he was concerned about that tree.
And Ricky also kicking to a very makeable putt as well. He sort of kicked to the left, but still going forward. Oh. I think arguably the most challenging tee shot on the course over there on hole 5.
Long way from the pin, but Barella gives it a bid nonetheless. Not quite dialed. We've seen Rick just a little bit off with some of these putts. Obviously, I know that's a long one from the middle of circle 2. But every time Rick tosses up a putt, he's expecting for it to go in or at least hit some kind of metal. Simon still with a chance at birdie.
You know, we're seeing some frustration early. These players, you know, recognize that low scores are required to win here at the Preserve. But, I mean, really what we just saw from, say, Ganon, you know, through 13 holes, he was just 5 under par. Of course, he finished, you know, like a rocket ship. But I just think with the way the weather is, some of the changes on the course, you could kind of ease your way into the round a little bit more than you could in the past. When you look at a lot of the course stats here at the Preserve, the front 9 is yielding not as many birdies as the back 9. The back 9 is much more attackable. And that goes to exactly what I was saying. A little bit more patience on the front 9 and then try to blister that back 9.
Wysocki jams it home. Players will head over to the 5th, playing as the 4th most difficult hole on the course. Only 9 birdies thus far. Will one of these guys get the 10th? We'll find out.
At Pound, the quality of our gear runs deeper than the stitching. That's why we make everything right here in the U.S., employing highly skilled, well-paid professionals. From bomb-proof Cordura fabric to YKK zippers and recycled plastics, we source the highest quality U.S. materials to make the most comfortable, durable pack in disc golf. Our lifetime warranty stays with the pack, not the purchaser. So regardless of how you find us, we will be here to make sure your pack stays on the course and out of the landfill. Pound's integrity is held together with more than just thread.
Putter pouch sling, one of my favorite new products.
Holds all my putters, my cell phone,
Pencils, mini, anything you need.
You can detach it, put a sling on it, use it as a little hit pack when you hit the pitch and putt. 3 discs, throw it over your shoulder, off you go.
Inside or outside the court, let's go.
Putter pouch sling. Keep your favorite discs on a quick draw.
I haven't owned an electric guitar ever, so now I'm like extra double stoked. And now I need an amp.
Hey everyone, Ganon Buhr here, and I want to invite you to compete in the Power Disc Golf Academy Championship Series. This is the only professional and amateur nationwide disc golf series, and everyone is welcome to compete. Qualifier events will be held in cities across North America. If you place high enough at a qualifier event, you'll earn the invitation to compete in our championship event at Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course. Scan this QR code for dates and locations of the qualifying events. We hope to see you there.
From now until the Preserve Championship final round, place an order of $25 or more at the DGPT Pro Shop and pick if Ganon Buhr or Anthony Barella will shoot the hotter round on Sunday. You can win a DGPT gift card worth 100% of your order value. So go out, make your prediction now, and shop at dgpt.link/cheers. Silas Schultz on 15. We'll chalk that up as a birdie. Klein playing for position. Carter Aarons, who also sits at 5 under coming into 15.
Yeah, Carter going to be a freshman at Emporia State. Here with Eric McCabe as coach. Come next fall.
Officially been recruited. I don't know if there's any trademark infringement. Stingers up, I think is what they say. I know that's what EMAC tells me. Whatever that means. All right, back with Danny Polk. This is his third.
Nice job by Danny. He's going to be able to get up and down for his par.
Not a bad kick. I can't imagine that was going to finish in a place that he would have liked. So to have that kick out, yes, it's short, but it's in the fairway.
Yeah, anywhere in the short grass here on 5. The reality is, more than likely, you're going to be playing a second shot just to try to line up for that final bit of the fairway that we just saw Danny throw down. You really need a great tee shot to try to get aggressive. This looks pretty good. Oh, yeah. So you can see he's not even far enough to have it be purely straight. He's going to have to throw a little kind of bending turnover down that fairway.
Brutal kick.
The worst possible thing you can do.
Yeah, he's Just hoping he can find some stance over there on the far right. Try to get back to the fairway. Those were the seeders that were a part of the conversation in Simon's vlog when he was talking with Kale Leviska, cleaning that area out.
Carter takes to the tee of 16. Well, good little skip. He's going to go around the backside. So assuming it didn't catch edge and roll too far, I think he's going to like it.
Yeah, no doubt, Terry. That was nearly perfect, as you said, coming around backside. Yeah, Klein's going to be disappointed there. Obviously, it's a bogey, but after 2 shots, he was pretty well lined up to try to save the par. See if Schultz can dial this one in. Oh, yes, just in front of the tree, but that's going to roll a little bit. Watch that cameraman behind. Not too bad.
Ganon closed out his round with the eagle to get to 11 under, and after that, he caught up with our own Grant Zellner.
With Ganon Buhr, a hot start to day number 1 here at the Preserve. Ganon, you get the boring question to start off about the conditions out there since you're the first one we've spoken to. So how are things out there? How is the course playing so far?
Yeah, as of now, it got nicer for us throughout the round. It started off with rain, wind, and really cold. So past like hole 10 probably it started to get a little bit nicer, but we'll see what happens with the conditions later on today. But as of now, we had the worst conditions, so I'm very happy to shoot what I did.
Ganon, looking at your year so far, a lot of single-digit finishing places, a lot of singles, lots of first places there. At this point in the season, how do you identify what still needs work and stay sharp in terms of trying to get better week in and week out?
Yeah, I mean, what kind of held me back for the first couple events of the year was my putting, and even kind of recently was my putting, and I've been putting a lot of practice in on the green, I guess more like in my basement, but just getting a lot of reps in to make sure I have the feel right. And, you know, it might not seem like anything's really happening, but it just translates on the course. You'll throw bad putts and they end up going in. So that was nice. I did miss 2 circle ones on the first 2 holes. And so kind of started off a little slow, but I knew that there's a lot of birdies to finish this course. And like I said, yeah, the weather just got nicer and the birdies were late in the course, so it was easy to kind of lock in.
Yeah, and finish with that eagle to make up for those early misses. How important is that to finish on a shot like that in terms of your psyche going into a night's rest and then another day?
Yeah, it feels good. The Preserve was the first event I ever had a good finish at. In 2021, I got 4th place, and it's still my best finish at this event to this day, so I'm hoping to change that narrative a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it seems like a course I should be playing good at, and you know, I think this round should get me on the lead card. I don't expect scores to be too much hotter than what we just did. So yeah, I'm feeling good, man. It feels good to be up there on top right as of now. So gonna take it into tomorrow. We're gonna have some better conditions the next couple days. It just feels good to get the round over. I remember 3 or 4 holes in, I was like, I just don't want to be here because it's not fun playing in bad conditions or cold and rain. It's just like I want to get this round over with and get done. That's where disc golf turns more into a job for me. But other than that, I enjoy it. I love doing this, and I can't wait to go out there tomorrow.
Well, you're comfortable now, comfortably out in front, which is a familiar place for Ganon Buhr through one day at the Preserve.
Thank you.
As we're rejoining Ricky Wysocki, going with the backhand turnover roller. And made some progress, but he's not happy with it.
The best tee shot we've seen to this point on coverage. Like I said, just a little bending turnover here. Kind of want to ride the left side of that tree line, just turning right, letting it get to flat.
He has set himself up. You can't ask for much more than that.
I would say 9 to 9.5 out of 10. A 10 out of 10 would be a park job. That was really good by Barella. Great control. All right, so here's Aaron's. He did roll a little bit down to the bottom of this little mound. Oh boy. He's gonna have that one coming back still. It's a great perspective of what I was trying to explain about AB. And we're going to see Marwi go to the sidearm. But if you're throwing a backhand, you really want to ride this left side tree line and just let that disc get to flat. Marwi going to try to force something in there. Overall, done a nice job with it.
Silas Schultz with his birdie luck. Schultz did go make the comebacker and walk away with the par. Back with Lizotte now.
It's a little bit more of a steep angle here. Great disc selection. Really nice shot there by Simon. Put a lot of angle on it out of his hand, but the disc really fought back to flat.
Great recovery shot here by Simon. Morning wood users are locked in all day. They think clearly under pressure. They stay sharp, whether they're throwing for birdie, crushing their workout, or leading meetings. If you're bold enough to test it for yourself, you can do so and get 20% off in the next 72 hours. Just use code DGPT20 at checkout over at getmorningwood.shop/DGPT.
Actually, that roller that Ricky threw earlier worked out really well. He got up there, just a chip for him. This is a sketchy putt here. You got the slope behind. Already airballed one. Nice job by Carter.
Full commitment. We've seen Carter a couple years ago doing some big things, and now he's decided to go to school, as you said. We're a bright spot on the tour whenever he's on it. 8B, circles edge, good putt. Good scramble for Wysocki. Same can be said of Lizotte. And Maru will happily take a par as well. Again, playing as the fourth most difficult hole on the course, you're not going to be too upset with a par. Everyone there thinks a birdie is a massive bonus on that hole. Oh, and the single shot going after the basket, almost ringing it up. We're taking a look now at Cole Radallen. I'm guessing he's going to have a pretty good shot as well. And he does. There must have been a Men in Black memo that was sent out today, as we've seen quite a few players. And understandable.
Keeps you warm, Terry. Take all that sun and
Look at that one hitting off the pedestal. And I'm thinking they're expecting a little bit of rain, a little bit of mud. You know, that's going to help cover it up. So we're taking a look at hole number 6. And the guy that's out there taking in all the action is Grant Zellner. Grant, we're flying through hole 6. How can you describe it to us out there on the ground?
Well, I'm walking down the fairway of hole 6 right now. You've got this Mando early on that shouldn't be too much of a factor, and then sort of a forced landing area. And if you get yourself in that landing area, you get the opportunity to really shape something back to the basket. A really fun hole if you're in the right spot. A really not so fun hole if you can't get yourself into the right spot. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, thank you, Grant. Sorry if I didn't call on you when you were in the right spot just yet, but thank you for hiking down the fairway for us, as this is a new change that Simon and Kale arrived at while doing their vlog. Talked about making this hole different. Nate, you said it yesterday. Throwing to the old pin placement isn't necessarily the worst strategy. You don't want to go too far. You don't want to go past it, but getting roughly to the old pin placement is a pretty good shot.
I think it is really the only strategy, honestly, at this point, as far as we've only really seen it be played by a few players in the match play. I say throw to that old pin, try to get it down there in that area, and then that leaves you with like this kind of chippy hyzer down that roadway, and you got to come around a big late cedar, and that should really be a good, landmark to get around. We're seeing some drops coming down. We're seeing some wind picking up. We're seeing the umbrellas opening up. This is when you hope the caddy shows up as well. You have to show a lot of restraint here. You can't try to get too aggressive. That's going to need some help.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that it filtered through. Grant, any eyes on Anthony Barella's? Did he get through, and does he have a clear shot?
No, AB most definitely did not get through. I wouldn't put it past him to find a way to get the disc far enough down for maybe a long putt. And perhaps AB could even do better than that, but he's not in a great place at all. Short and off to the right.
Simon has had some major problems with the release. This is multiple. Think about the tee shot on 1, Terry, where it just immediately went right. 3, he went right. Shoot, on 5, he went right. And now on 6, right again. So
Nice shot, Rick.
Simon needs to clean this up very quickly. Ricky, perfect shot right in the middle. Should have a great angle.
And with that, thanks to our friends over at Disc Golf Deals, we're going to take a look, maybe see if we can break down Simon's form just a little bit.
So let's take a look at here in the slow-mo. I mean, really, everything looks normal here for Simon at this point. The release looks good, or the pull back looks good. Again, it just seems like it's a disc selection problem, or maybe just a slight release problem, because everything here looks absolutely more normal. Maybe he's a little more upright than he'd like to be here. It's really tough to tell, but every shot we've seen have been right, which can tend to be that you're coming through maybe just a little bit too quickly for Simon. But you can even hear it in his voice. He's even frustrated and really confused.
Well, what can save you some frustration or confusion is when you head over to Disc Golf Deals, they have pictures and scaled weights of every disc, along with same-day shipping and rewards on every purchase. So head on over to Disc Golf Deals, where your game is our passion.
heard Simon
They're on the hole? Okay.
use the
I'm not
word
late.
full send, where he might be getting quite aggressive.
Up ahead on the green, why they're going to stand down is because Hammis and others are trying to close out. This is for par.
Yeah. In this group, Danny Polk is leading the group at 1 under par. Hammis, as you can see, all pars. Klein and Kranz are both 1 over.
And Cole Rodallen will clean up the birdie. Silas also looking for birdie. Silas marked Carter's disc, picked up his disc, and then walked. So good to know they're having a good time over there. I think the average age on that card is probably about 19 and a half or something, but having a good time nonetheless. Schultz and Aarons now both at 7 under.
They
see
both
them get as good as 9 under if they can close out with Eagles.
They both have the power to do that. No question about it. But when you try to get aggressive on 18, you can bring a bigger number into play. Speaking of potential big numbers, Simon going to try to get aggressive here. Early foliage and did not get out. A lot of air under this one for Carter. It's got to get down, and that's going to be out of bounds. You notice the difference between the shot Cory Ellis threw and the one Carter threw. Carter just putting so much more air under it.
Wow. God.
And that's going to be OB as well. And that's exactly what I was referencing, Terry. When you try to get aggressive on 18, yes, you bring eagle into play, but you certainly bring a bigger number.
So Marweed off to the right. That'll be at least a somewhat obstructed putt. Speaking of obstruction, can Anthony find some kind of line? Wysocki with a couple of skips. Could have done without the roll. As we wait on Simon, we can maybe compare and contrast that with how quick Ricky is playing. Grant, what are you noticing out there?
Yeah, Simon, really slow, really in jail. As you mentioned, sort of struggling a little bit, trying to find a rhythm and a release point that he can work with. I am not far from where Simon is in the foliage off to player's right, having not made the corner. He's throwing 3, and I see his shot airborne. I was not that far from Simon. Couldn't see him at all until the disc came out high in the air. He got a good deflection, which he needed to put him in the middle, so he'll at least not have to battle with the foliage on this next shot. Up ahead, though, Ricky sitting pretty and with a real opportunity to space himself a little bit from his card mates on this hole.
We have seen 24 birdies today here on 6, so obviously not impossible. But if you get off in this, this hole hasn't been played for very many, times, obviously brand new, but probably even by the locals not played that often. So this foliage is dense. Nice shot there by Barella. This is hole 7. Cannot go OB right. Just cannot do it. And anything in the tall grass and or the water is OB.
Which, more importantly, besides possibly not retrieving that disc, you re-tee, don't you?
It's a mandate. It's a mandatory re-tee. And you have 500 feet left in bounds. See the first blemish on Simon's card here.
So Hamas re-teeing, hopefully beefing up on the stability and or
just the release
angle. Yeah,
it's literally just the release point, Terry.
Oh no,
you can't do it. You cannot do it. The tall grass is OB. Wow.
A big number coming from Adam Hamas on hole 7.
And we're talking Hamas is going to throw another one. Standard OB rules do not apply until your tee shot is in bounds. I'm telling you, Terry, the release point has just been the problem. Okay.
This one's going to fight back.
And this is exactly what you wanted to do. This is a great shot. This is a beautiful tee shot.
We've seen as much as an 8 thus far today. We've seen actually a couple of them in terms of hole number 7. So triple bogey was previously the biggest number that may be in threat here with Hamas.
And, my comments from yesterday ring true. You just cannot go out of bounds right. And we might be seeing a double bogey possibly from Simon. This is not a good position. A little bit of foliage here. The added pressure of this being for bogey. As well as the breeze. All factors for Simon to think about.
So he'll go from 1 under to 1 over. That's through 6 holes or opening round. Good scramble. Lucas Carmichael now putting for eagle on 18.
Yeah, we've been seeing his name jumping around. Oh, yeah.
Jump up, and get down. Lucas Carmichael, eagles to close out.
Yeah, he was trying to give some back there with a bogey on 16. But makes up for it here with the eagle putt.
Battle me, that's a sin. We'll be right back.
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMech Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMechGroup.com.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby. Get on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that teabag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Nomad Disc Golf and the DGPT present the Ultimate Disc Golf World Championship Experience. You can scan the QR code and take a look. But 6 days and 5 nights, July 30th through August 4th. Only 4 spots left. What? I need to get on that. August 4th is my birthday, so if this thing ends on my birthday, I don't know. I'm going to have to be out there and part of it. Looking forward to the European Swing, though, coming up next month, including the European Disc Golf Festival and then Worlds. Come on.
The 2 majors within about 10 days of each other. Estonia, Finland. It's going to be mayhem. It's going to be so much fun. We're going to see some major champions crowned.
Hammes with his 6th.
That's a scary shot. He almost hit the big tree, but he is in bounds. Close to the pin, still going to have to make a putt. Oh, Calvin Heimberg spotting here. 13. Put it, run away, baby. Oh. Yeah, finally found it. Is Kill Friends here? You can see the wind too as we're looking back towards the tee. The wind's going to be off of their left, pushing right, and that's really where Hammes got in trouble, because those discs were pushing right and really just didn't have much of a chance. You can see the flanners behind the tee pad. It's sort of back into the head and maybe just a little bit swirly. I think you just have to take the safer release line here and play it a little bit more left than you might in better conditions. Rick's done that here. This is smoked. Perfect shot. Oh boy, no chance. Absolutely no chance. And that disc is now truly gone, Terry. That was in the middle of the pond. I love this. I know it's way left and way out of position, but it avoids the huge mistake of going OB. He is in bounds. There's no out of bounds over on that left side. Simon going to do the same thing.
Any OB's repeat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I was going to actually ask the question, do they know the rules?
Yeah.
And Ricky didn't even realize that was the rule.
To his credit, he was probably also not thinking he would do anything in the world to not go into the water, so he wasn't worried. But yes, that is crazy. We'll get back to it in a moment, but I want to cue you up for if that is too punishing. But here's Heimberg for birdie. Up and over.
And putting back into that headwind, he couldn't get that aggressive being the elevated basket as well.
Carter Aarons has a par look to close out.
All right, a chance to save a par after the OBT shot.
Heimberg stays in bounds, but a very difficult uphill putt. And turns the birdie look into a bogey.
We have just seen that happen so many times at that steep slope down towards the river.
Cory Ellis shot 10 under. He's one back of Ganon Buhr, and we caught up with him after his round.
Cory Ellis, second hot round so far of the day at 9 under, playing on the same card with Ganon Buhr. Can you talk about how much it helps to be playing with somebody when both of you are doing so well at the same time?
Yeah, it really helps with momentum. You know, when you're also seeing good shots going through, and you're just trying to focus on one shot at a time and moving through the round, and at a steady pace, it helps. So glad I got to play with Ganon today.
On the same note as momentum, so far this year, sort of up and down for you, but over your last three finishes, a 34th, then a 19th, then a 7th, and now a great opening round. What is doing that for you in terms of helping you start to trend in the right direction?
I think just staying relaxed is a big part of it. I've been doing like a breathing technique and kind of like meditating before every round. And even sometimes before a shot, I'll do it if I have a little bit of a backup or something like that. But just having a clear mind and just focus on throwing that disc that you're about to throw. That's the only one that matters. It's the only one you can control. I think it's really important.
Players already talking excitedly about better conditions tomorrow. That could mean, though, some adjustments. Any adjustments planned for tomorrow? How will you try to go hot again with a completely different course potentially at your hands?
I don't think it'll be a completely different course, but it'll definitely play a little easier, I think, without that wind and rain that we had to deal with at the beginning of the round there. It's still pretty windy out here, but I'm not sure what the rain's looking like. I think that tomorrow is going to be, it's not really going to change much, I think, for me. Like, I still pretty much throw the same shots out there. It's just maybe change stability based on the wind. The rain doesn't really seem to affect, like, what disc you're going to throw, I think.
It's not broken, don't fix it, and it certainly isn't broken today for Cory Ellis. Great start.
Thanks, man.
Rain may not be affected by when you throw as fast as Cory Ellis, or his disc may not be affected as a mistake coming from Simon.
He just has no idea where he's going to release it. It's either left, right, the disc is turning over. Overall, just not a great start here for Simon. He's going to have to try to find some stability in his lower body. I think he's just being a little too quick as it comes through. Nice job by AB. He's going to have that putt. The only player with really a chance to birdie here is Ricky. Uh-oh.
Until.
Did it get through the tall grass?
Grant, any idea if Ricky is inbounds or not?
No, Ricky got the red flag. The inbounds rope is up there at the edge of the tall grass, leaving a few feet of shoreline that is OB, as well as, of course, the water. The wind just wreaking havoc on the players. Right as Ricky threw, big gust just after the disc left his hand. It's an exposed part of the course, and these guys are dealing with wind for maybe the first time really since hole number 1.
See the massive frustration from Wysocki, understandably so, to have a reaction like that, especially after being in such good position. Marweed trying to get up and down, save a par. Or he could just throw it in. Oh, just deep.
Yeah, I was thinking with Ricky, if he could have gotten through that tall grass, he might have barely gotten into inbounds, but it's just too thick. That's a good reminder for our fans at home. All the tall grass is out of bounds. So basically the OB line is where the cut, the mow, meets that tall grass throughout this entire fairway. And that's pretty much going to be a theme throughout the course. If there's that out of bounds line, the OB is going to be where the cut meets the tall grass.
So Rick will still have a long putt. He's out near circle's edge, and with this much wind and a totally exposed basket, that is not a gimme. Heimberg to 14.
And with the added frustration, which takes you out of your game as well. That's something that we've seen from a lot of our players. Simon was OB. Could he throw it in?
Why is it floating left?
Yeah, we see the wind blowing relatively hard from left to right. So that's a valid question from Simon.
It's left or right, but it's into the face. And as you know, Terry, if you get that nose up into a sort of, even if it's a crosswind, but it's nose up, you can float left even into a headwind, a head cross. But you can see how that nose is up just a little bit, but as he's expecting it to drop right there, it just was a little too floaty. And really not a horrible result. It's a chance to make that putt. It's just not the hole you would expect this from these guys with so much power, even with the big headwind. You know, you would expect them to at least put their tee shots in bounds and then not make that big mistake.
No hole on the course has been bogeyed more than this one. Barella will take a double. Wysocki hoping to avoid double bogey. Not by much. Just barely squeaks it in. So a single bogey for Lizotte. Marweed looking to pick up strokes on the entire card with a par. Hole 7 is going to play at 5 over for this lead card, or excuse me, our final feature card. That's assuming Marweed puts in, and he does. Just 7 birdies out of more than 100 competitors here on hole number 7 today. Just brutal.
It's shocking, honestly, looking at the statistics like you were just explaining, Terry. I mean, 26 players today, and I don't think that even includes this group, have double bogey or worse here on a relatively, again, you put it on paper, yes, there's this lake to the right, and yes, there's a second water carry with out of bounds, but look at how much space you have to the left. That headwind and all this out of bounds, just, I don't know, a big problem for our competitors today.
Couple of OB shots there. Anthony Brella also went OB off the tee. Has a difficult time getting the approach close as he's fighting the wind. Simon had thrown out of bounds prior to this shot.
And, you know, it's one of the, I mean, we just saw a bunch of bad shots. Literally the most shocking one was Ricky's second. That, I mean, he piped a tee shot and then just from, you know, a very relatively benign shot makes the big mistake. It goes on to make bogey. Interesting stuff here, Terry Bear.
5, 6, and 7 make up for 3 of the 5 most difficult holes on the course. So this is, as I called it this morning, somewhat of a gauntlet section where you really are just hoping to maintain, but cannot be taking these huge numbers on hole number 7.
This hole, on the other hand, with a birdie by close to 50% of the field. Not quite, I think it's at 48%. So as close to a must-get birdie today as there is really anywhere on the course. 406 feet, really nothing in your way. Ideally, you'd kind of check just about 30 feet to the right of the pin, drifting on a hyzer. This looks pretty good right here. That's perfect.
It'll be a bounce back for Andrew Marweed.
Kind of just see this misty rain pushing off the left there.
The bounce off should lead to the bounce back for Simon Lizotte.
This could jump in, Ter. A little bit long on the hillside there.
As we take another look, I'll encourage you to stay hydrated on the course with an official partner of the Disc Golf Pro Tour and best electrolytes on the market, Instant Hydration. Use code DGPT and get 33% off at the link in caption or at instanthydration.com.
Thank you.
It was the best result as Simon's giving away discs.
I'd be holding on to him because we might be
just
giving him to the lake here in a minute.
I love him though. Just that's so Simon. You know, hey, that one's not working. Why don't you try it?
I was just going to say, it might have been the stability. Maybe that's one he's thrown and was like, yeah, I don't need this. I don't want to be tempted to throw it later when I need a little more stability.
I know it was the best result. Obviously, we saw it hit off the bottom of the basket. But that was just the best shot, best release there for Simon.
Third shot for Heimberg.
Yeah, Heimberg was short off the tee. Did good to get here, but he's going to be short still. You're in Layupville back there. Just got to pitch it under the basket. Really not a great chance to try to make birdie.
All of the hottest rounds are in the clubhouse.
And a couple of, the outlying rounds there by Buhr and Ellis, they played together, just like Cory talked about. But Sullivan Tipton was on the card just ahead of them. And they talked about when they started, it was raining and blowing and cold, and the conditions got better. So impressive, really, by all three of those guys.
Good concentration. You could tell there's something either with his footing or maybe with his swing that just didn't feel quite right, or it was the elevation, something or other, but either way he fought through it, picks up the birdie. Opposite direction for Wysocki. Just enough to get it up and over. To complete the star frame.
Nice bounce back by the final card today.
Hammes going backhand roller.
A brand new hole here, hole number 9. Simon telling me that the roller was the play, and that worked out pretty well. Tough basket location here on 9.
Let's take a look at our flyover, thanks to our friends at Zenny.
Yeah, so hole 9, Terry, it's a par 3, 391 feet. And as I said, I spoke with Simon earlier in the week. He said, I love this hole. I love the basket location. The roller is really the required shot. Maybe a big flexing sidearm, but look at the green here. So sloped and really exposed to any wind that might be coming in. Rollaways, possibilities, all different types of chances here on 9. Just 7 birdies on a hole that's just 391 feet. I think that tells you everything about it. Make it 8. Nice putt there by Hammes.
As the kids say, let them eat. Clearwater, Minnesota, just about an hour outside of Minneapolis, northwest side.
Rick, this is a little bit inside on that roller. Kind of overplaying that one. He'll be short in the woods. If you're going to go that far inside, you're going to need a lot more cut on it to try to cut it down into that fairway and then let it bend up the hill. I like trying to put one over by this left tree. We're going to see Marwi go for this sidearm here. This is the other option. And he's going to find basically the only tree in the fairway. But with this backhand roller, Terry, I like kind of taking my aim at the trunk of that tree and letting the disc flip, hit the ground, and just work and start to turn immediately. Simon's just going to go crazy wide with a lot of turn. This might work out great. So that's the other way to try to attack it. Just go super wide and let it kind of land on a flip and just go right immediately. Takes a lot of power.
Yeah, I'm not sure that route is necessarily available to everyone. But if you've got the power, like you said, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just 391 feet, so it's not the length. It's just... this is exactly the one I love. This should be inside circle, Terry, maybe even a park job.
Up above the basket of a downhill putt from just about bullseye's edge.
And exactly like I explained, aim at that tree, let it turn, landing just about 15 feet to the right of it. And really the land and the hole design is just going to draw that disc right to the basket. Very impressive shot there by Anthony Barella with all of his power, able to still utilize a backhand roller.
And Calvin pushes it way out to the left side. That is just spectator rope, so he's not out of bounds. And that is some big distance.
Yeah, that's insane power, man. Nobody's out there. Maybe a Barella. I mean, maybe. That was a big pop there by Calvin. There's Rick. Rick was short here yesterday as well, Terry. Made a miracle putt out of the woods, but I don't think today even has a look at it.
Grant, this is one of the other new holes out here. Do you feel like it's playing as Simon intended?
Well, I mean, given what he just did off the tee, I think he probably got a chance to do exactly what he wanted to do. Sure, the roller works on this hole, and yeah, the rough off to the right is very penalizing with a lot of interesting little windows that are sort of more horizontal windows because of the way the tree branches sort of arch down. I think that's why you're seeing a lot of variability in the shots coming out of that rough, because guys are having to put a lot on the disc thinking they may catch a little cabbage, and then if they don't, then of course they burn right by the basket. Right now, still trying to find Simon's disc, and it's only a foot or two into the rough, and he's only a couple of feet outside circle one, so that tells you how thick things are. Now Simon lining things up from just outside circle one. Simon's been playing really fast of late, but has turned it around over the last two holes. And buries it. So Simon maybe turning things around just a little bit at this midpoint of the round. Ricky now to clean things up. Had to punch out from that thick rough and manages to put that one in. No big deal. And now a couple of drop-ins, although this one's going to be a little bit awkward for Anthony Barella. The basket is even with his feet, and he's only just outside the bullseye. That's how steep this hill is. Don't know if that comes across on screen. And Marweed will clean things up. Back to you guys.
A couple of must-get birdies for Simon Lizotte. Does that, kind of stops the bleeding, like as we like to say. But we're going to take a look at the brand new 10th. It is now a par 4, 750 feet. And if you look at the course map, you can see how this OB kind of comes in. The OB on the right is the cart path. The OB on the left is the tall grass. The bigger you try to go, the tighter the out of bounds gets. During the match play, we saw a lot of the players sort of right in this area, just shy of this cart path across the middle. That is not out of bounds. The second shot here is very interesting. It's playing back uphill, comes up and over this ridge to a pretty flat area, sort of a plateau, but there is a sand bunker here just in front of the basket. That's not out of bounds, just tough footing. So a really good opportunity. I think if you can just get it over that ridge line, you're going to have that birdie putt, or at least a putt that's makeable from the sand bunker.
Big thanks to our friends at Flight Factory, who is offering free shipping through Sunday with code PRESERVE. Get your favorite Simon Line items or 35,000 other discs at flightfactorydiscs.com.
The two brand new holes so far. And as we talked about it, there was 2 birdies in that group, so there's 10 birdies on 9. As we head into 10, Terry, I mean, we're only at 9 birdies so far. So both holes are proving to be very difficult.
Back with Heimberg, left side of fairway after a big drive. And that should work just fine for Heimberg.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough little putt. The wind is pretty cheeky there, and it's not a definite make. At just 750 feet, I don't think you're going to see a lot of the players trying to just mash it off the tee. As I said, the out of bounds comes in pretty good. I like the control getting just short of that cart path that crosses the fairway like I talked about. Nice controlled shot here is all that's needed. If you throw it 350 off the tee, you got, what, just 300 left in? No, 400 left in.
There you go.
It's going to be a big shot. That was pretty short there for Ricky.
Yeah, that was low out of his hand.
It was.
Yeah, that's why you sense the disappointment as he returned back to his bag. Marweed.
Honestly, I'm not surprised we're seeing maybe that from Ricky as well. A big power sidearm there, just kind of riding that left side out of bounds line. No chance of going OB right. Surprised we're not seeing more of that. This has always been a tough putt here. It's downhill. The wind is a factor.
And honestly, it was farther away than I had realized. So
sure.
Calvin not able to capitalize.
It's something we're just not totally used to, Terry, is not seeing any one of our final players make it to that lead card after the front 9.
Welcome in, everyone. Nate Doss alongside myself, Terry Miller, and Grant's out. It seems like we've had some inconsistent weather. The winds, the rain, nothing really knows what it's doing, and it's obviously impacting the scores out here today.
Yeah, no question about it. I think everything we're seeing is weather-driven. I mean, the challenge of trying to figure out this wind, a little bit of moisture out there. It's not warm at all. It's, in fact, it's pretty cold for most of these guys, unless you're from the far north like you, Tear Bear. But anyways, it's been a very interesting day. I actually enjoy watching them trying to deal with that. You know, this is a part of our sport. So you got to make some good shots here as we head towards this back 9. This is a much more birdieable birdieable part of the course, as Ganon Buhr said in his interview. And really, Ganon streaked those final holes. I believe he was 6 down through the final 5. So not surprised to see that, Terry, as we talked about it. He was pretty far back. That was a big shot. As I was saying, if you throw 350 off the tee shot, you're still going to have 400 in. He probably only went 300, had about 450 left going back uphill.
And Wysocki has had plenty of success out here at the preserve, and you see what he's been doing in terms of collecting 3 wins. Then he finished second one of those years in 2022 to Bradley Williams, and 2020 was the only off year, so to speak, that he had. So feeling very comfortable here trying to hoist the very heavy Bear trophy.
And I always go back to that 2021 win when Ricky was battling back from the Lyme disease, and I believe that was his first win after that all going down. And it was very emotional, but clearly Ricky knows how to play well here. Love it. Just up and over that ridge line. Probably just into that sand bunker a little bit. This is just perfect for Anthony Barella. Look, you can see he's just shy of the cart path. Great line. Can take a much slower disc, and he's shanked it. That's going to be OB if it kicks left. That's OB. See the line at the bottom of your screen. What a mistake by AB. Arguably, Terry, that was the easiest shot that Anthony Barella had all day. And completely misses this. Just early release. No angle on it at all.
Line's pushing left side. Does it have enough brakes? It does, and it checks up outside of the circle, but a birdie look for Klein on the 11th.
Good whip.
There's a lot of reactions that we see off of this hillside, but not often do we see it hit the tree trunk like that and then kick off.
It's interesting because had he missed the tree trunk, he might have been outside circle on the other side of the pin. All in all, not horrible. Inbounds.
Riding the line, but he's going to be safe.
Yeah, and his meter's going to put him inside the circle. What a disappointment for AB. He's looking at not a sure birdie, but a very good chance at birdie, and he's going to go to a bogey.
Long look for Marweed. And a good bid at it.
Chance for Simon to take a stroke on the entire card unless Ricky can somehow manufacture a make from this position.
And Grant, I'm not normally a big guy on vibes check out on the course, so to speak, but this feels just very deflating. What are we missing?
No, you've got it exactly right, guys. I've seen a lot of little demonstrations by these players going back 3 or 4 holes. And I found it really interesting because a lot of times players keep that in check in the early going of a 3 or a 4-day tournament. They know that there's a lot to come, but these guys all seem to be feeling a little bit of pressure to make a certain pace happen out here on the course, especially given the fact that it's not pouring rain as some expected and thought it might today. So yeah, you're exactly right. There's some demonstration, there's some real frustration, and pretty much the entire card's going to have to find a way to overcome that.
Heimberg, a long look from just off to the right of the basket, but doesn't matter. Picks up the birdie.
And just a reminder, like I said with Ganon Buhr, he shot 6 under for the final 5 holes. And really, the last 4 holes are some of the easiest holes on the course relative to par. So you got to get birdies here. Big Germ. He makes one. Too much dark red on that scorecard for Big Germ.
Hammes chipping away at the quadruple bogey he took earlier. He now goes to 2 over. We're going to roll the Zuka replay.
Yeah, it's a good putt. He's pretty far below the basket here. It's hard to judge overall what it's going to do if there's any wind coming. So nice putt there from Hammes.
Solid putt from Klein. A little closer as we'll find Paul Kranz. He too putting for birdie, just barely staying in bounds.
Paul currently 3 over. Yeah, that's a good birdie putt too. Yeah, we haven't seen much from Danny lately. He's taken some bigger numbers. Ended up taking a 7 there on hole 11.
Speaking of 11, what are they trying to do here?
Well, you can see the number is 335 feet, but it's really about the green. Everything playing slightly uphill. This is lovingly known as Victoria's Pond. From what I can remember there, Terry, to get that right?
Victoria's Creek.
Creek, okay, thank you. And so you got the big wall here, very impressive. And really, it's just about kind of nosing it up here. Some players try to play the hyzer. You bring some branches into play there. But really, it's just kind of a nose-up shot, just 335. That is out of bounds. No question about it. No chance. Any tee shots will head to a drop zone, which in this case for the men is the FPO tee pad that you can just see up in front of them. Ricky taking that hyzer side of things, bringing those branches into play, but ultimately in bounds.
Grant, why don't you give us the call for Andrew Marweed here?
Andrew going with the forehand. It's very gusty at this moment, really affecting the players. Needs this to hang on. And he's off the island, but he's inbounds. There's inbounds over here to the right and just short of the island. So he's just fine right there. We'll have a very difficult putt, though, staring right at the basket and then the backside edge of the plateau here. Barella airborne, slow disc, has the distance, and gets the settle on the far side, just barely off the top of the bricks that hold the earth into place here on the top of this plateau. So now we've got one going to the drop zone, which, as you mentioned, is the FPO tee pad. This is no gimme, though. As I said, things have gotten very, very gusty over the last few minutes, and there's a fine rain right now falling.
Near bullseye hit for Heimberg on the 17th.
.269 feet is the shot here from the drop zone. You can see the rain is starting to pick up a little bit more, and that's going to be a putt for bogey outside of the circle for Simon.
Big Germ on the 17th, going with the forehand.
Yeah, we know Big Germ loves to throw these little floaty sidearms. Very North Carolina of him, and nice job by Big Germ to get back-to-back birdies.
Just a nice little flip up, put him inside the bullseye. Grant, see the umbrellas coming back out, and it seems to be picking up in terms of the rain. You stand dry out there?
No, I'm not staying dry out here, Terry. It's probably the hardest the rain has fallen today since play began this morning with the FPO field. It's a different rain, though. It's very small droplets, very steady, but it's being blown by the wind, so you can really see the impact the wind is having here on the course.
And really just a nightmare scenario for Simon, who was trying to claw his way back, and now the worst weather conditions of the day are hitting him on a critical bogey putt here. Wow! Just enough, Terry.
That was to save bogey Simon from the middle of circle 2.
It looked low the entire way. Just enough.
That was somewhat of a gift for that one to stay in for Simon. Barella jams it home, though.
Nice bounce back for AB there with these conditions, the rain falling after the huge mistake previous hole. That'll help him forget that. Putts are falling on 11.
They certainly are, and we've got Andrew Marweed up next.
Yeah, now you take the best putter on tour. Let's see if he can't complete the made putt party.
That's low or right side and not enough. So Marweed not able to convert from circle 2. Looking at Chris Dickerson trying to close out with a par on the 18th.
God, you just want off the course when this is happening. And he's made the putt. to run in for cover at this point.
Chris Dickerson doesn't take advantage of the back nine, which we were saying is the softer half, by a long shot, and he ultimately plays it at 1 over par on the back. That's exactly where he'll finish his round. 83% C1X putting. That's certainly light on his stats, but does not make anything from circle 2.
It's got to be so deflating, too, because Ganon Buhr is the #1 player in the world, and he's at 11 down. And you're 1 over. It's hard to imagine. I mean, you're just hoping you can play 2 good, solid rounds to finish the tournament. Silver, nice round by him, under par.
I believe we saw him in the top 10 last weekend over at the Ale Open.
Beauty by Calvin. Of course, he has power to go for it. We'll see if he's gonna.
Get over there.
Beautiful shot inside the bullseye. That'll result in a birdie. More when we return.
The discovery of electricity, the first flight, democracy, splitting the atom, computers, modern medicine, space travel, and of course, the Royal Line from Latitude 64.
Hi guys, I'm Katrina Allen. Went out through all the drivers from DGA and Discraft and was trying to create this certain disc I had in mind. And the disc was to fill a gap between my Rogue and my Hurricanes and Hypercane. I need a disc that has a lot of glide, but then a really nice pushing forward finish. I really wanted to make sure that this was available in lighter weights. Yeah, my first take is they're the best version.
After Wysocki connects with left side tree, we've got Borella hanging out underneath the canopy, just prolonging it before he has to run out there and wants to keep a good, let's say, grip on his disc.
Yeah, keep that thumb dry. Kind of take that middle tree, there's that stump, aim at that with a stable disc and just punch it out there, and that's exactly what Borella has done here.
That is prime positioning for Borella.
Yeah, I really like this par 4. I mean, you have to execute a good, clean tee shot, and then the second shot is not easy, and I think it gives you a lot of different attack angles. Marwi taking a completely different approach, going with the sidearm roller. Wow. Yeah, I don't hate it. Obviously, the hole bends from right to left. And, you know, if you're not confident in blasting it through that gap, you might as well go for something you are confident in. That being said, he brought those trees on the left side into play more than he hoped. But it all worked out. He's still going to have significant second shot, but he is in the fairway. These tee shots bring bogey into play all day, Terry.
So Wysocki got up the fairway about 30 to 40 feet. more than what we just saw from Simon, so we'll see what he can do for a recovery shot.
And, you know, I got to tell you, I mean, let's look at some of the stats here. You know, 95% of the field hit the fairway, but only 13 birdies, which means that not even a significant part of the field is getting up and down from where Ricky and Simon just threw their second. So bogey is definitely in play for both of these men.
Well, Ricky Wysocki has the longest streak of years with majors or Elite Series wins. Sitting at 14, we know that Paul Macbeth's streak had come to an end in the 2024 season, I guess technically. Ricky looking to hunt one down here.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm just gonna throw it out there for all of our big Ken Climo fans, and I'm one of those people. It's really Kenny, because we didn't have him on a win in 2001, but he did win a big tournament in 2001. It's just not what we would consider an Elite Series. So really, Kenny, I think at that point was 17 years in a row. Either way, modern, Ricky is our guy. God, these conditions, the wind coming heavy off the right. Calvin gonna go for it here. Can he get over? Yes, he can. A flat putt for Eagle upcoming for Calvin. All right.
Another forehand roller?
Yeah, probably. I was going to be interested to see where Marweed landed because we just didn't have this look after his tee shot. And he is way back, Terry. I mean, this is such a tight angle, trying to bend it left and then trying to flex it back to the right. No chance. By Rick.
Exactly what you want to do. 15, 20 feet short. Be coming in, let the hillside just slow you down, and then it can bring you right up to the basket. Beautiful shot by Paul Kranz. Not so much from Lizotte.
Yeah, so Lizotte falling into the category of basically what most of the field did from the fairway. Not able to get up and over this ridge line. AB is going to for sure. And inside the bullseye for Barella.
Kranz will go to 1 over par once the birdie updates on his card.
Calvin a chance to get to 7 under par with the eagle putt upcoming. And if he does that, he will be on the lead card for the moment because he's got a lower PDGA number than Carter, I assume. And boy, wouldn't that be interesting because we kind of saw Calvin not really doing much. He didn't get the birdie on 15, but able to get couple of birdies and now an eagle chance upcoming.
up and over for the par save for Lizotte. He'll be putting a bogey on his scorecard. Here's Coling throwing his third.
Let's see if Coling can't give us a little showtime here. Throw it in. Wow, he almost did. Just a little bit short. Chance for Germ to finish with 3 straight birdies. Got Jules on the bag, keeping everything dry.
Take another look at it. Go in.
It was a different angle, Terry. So it was pretty, it was pretty well short, but ultimately a chance for birdie. Like, I gotta say, I don't hate where any of these guys are. I mean, earlier today, through 13 holes, Ganon Buhr was only 5 under. Marweed's 3, if he can make this. Ricky's 3. AB with the birdie, I mean, he's going to go to 5. So they're not in bad positions, but they're going to have to continue to make birdies down the stretch. And correction there, that birdie took AB to 4. So still, not horrible positions. All the frustration we've been talking about, still a chance to make up some strokes on the leader at the moment. It's going to be a tailwind putt here for Calvin.
It's like a dark colored disc. In line with that tree.
Pretty healthy discussion as to who's going to go next. And it doesn't appear that it's going to be Calvin.
Well, it doesn't even appear that we know who he's talking to. There was nobody around. Paul Cran showed us exactly how to do it just moments ago. Not bad from AB as well. He's going to use that little upslope. You cannot be flying in the air at the pin. It's a massive slope behind the basket, very steep. You do have to come in that 20-25 short. Try to use that little upslope to slow you down. And where Ricky just landed, even with his putting ability, you're basically forced to just pitch it under the basket.
Fortunate that didn't cut roll off the fairway over to the right side.
And another one from Simon, just a little bit overturned. I'm pretty well convinced it's just the lower body to upper body sink for Simon. Can he do it, Terry? Can he do it?
For Eagle and to get to 7 under. Yes, he can. Heimberg closes out with the 3 on the 18th.
Boom. I love it.
Yes.
Chance for Calvin.
Another angle showing him a little more than 40 feet.
Yeah, that was a good putt. That was not inside the circle. And as I said, a chance to be on the lead card tomorrow. Carter's going, come on, Calvin. Give me a break, man. Give me a little lead card action. That's what the big dogs do. They make birdies and eagles when they need to.
Once that updates, you'll see Calvin Heimberg go to 7 under, jump just ahead of Carter Aarons. Still looking back at that Matty O round where he shot a 6 under, but it was bogey free. And so impressive to do that on a day like today. I don't care what the conditions were like, to manage to get through this entire course bogey free. Something to be said about that.
And I totally agree. And he was 6 down when we came on the air completed, meaning that he played through even some of the worst conditions even that Ganon had to play through by Ganon's own account. So really good stuff. Wow, what a putt by Simon.
So after all of the challenges and just destruction that we've seen on this green, even second guessing some layups earlier this morning, we see Simon from the middle of circle 2 connect with just no fear. Now, Simon's also in a little bit more of a desperate spot than some of the other players that we've seen that could have laid up, but he's got to make something happen. Very dangerous putt, just the same for Barella.
That is the miss if you're going to miss off the front. I know he's frustrated, but anything off that rim or flying at the chains is just a goner. Seen it too many times.
Marweed for his par after going just deep of the pin on his approach. And hole 14 looms. These players making their way there. We'll see in a minute.
Legends built it. The next generation is elevating it. The most dominant team in disc golf history just got deeper. World champions, record breakers, the future of the game, united under one banner. This isn't just competition, it's a legacy in motion. This is the next chapter. Discraft, built for flight.
Success is not linear. It takes time and it takes belief. A belief that there is no ceiling and that the bar can always rise higher. A belief that if you set your sights to the horizon, the future will meet you there. That no matter who you are or what you've done, there's always something to prove. Disc golf was built on the backs of people who dream. And out here, what started as a dream is now a decade-long catalyst that turns dreams to moments. In our 10th season, we invite you to join us as we celebrate this beautiful game and all the moments that make it great. Catch all the action all season long, live on the Disc Golf Network.
We see that Ganon Buhr has been in the clubhouse now for a couple of hours as he shot that 11 under alongside Cory Ellis, who shot 10 under. But I think we've got a chance to take a look back at some of the highlights for how Ganon closed out his round.
Well, and if I had to guess, Ganon's watching this right now. So, Ganon, let's go ahead and take a look on how you finished. You did birdie 14, had a great tee shot here on 15, and just going with the high one there, using the angle, slowing it down nicely. And then this was a beautiful putt from circle 2 on 16. Dagger. Would go over to 17 and park it basically.
Very little putting required here. Maybe 12 feet or so at most.
But really it came down to 18. He went for it, got to this point, and made the putt just barely on the left side for eagle. 6 down for the final 5 holes. That's what the great players are so good at, Terry, is kind of being patient, making the good shots when they need to. Again, through 13 holes, just 5 under par. Of course, no bogeys, which is impressive with today. And, you know, I mean, he did make 83% greens in regulation, gave himself a lot of opportunities. He said in his interview, Terry, that he missed 2 putts on 1 and 2 from circle 1X. There's your 82%.
And we'll be heading to Ganon Buhr's neck of the woods in a couple of weeks with the Des Moines Challenge right around the corner as well. So
God, I love Pickard Park.
Yeah, just about 4 or 5 hours south of where they're at right now in Minnesota is where we'll be watching the battle unfold out at Pickard.
Yeah, first played Pickard 21 years ago, and still to this day it is an Elite Series type of course, challenging the best players in the world. Statistically, this is the most challenging hole of the final 5. Simon's done a nice job off the tee shot. It's so tough here because you're coming out of this really well-protected wooded area. It gets to very open very quickly.
Marweed double checks the footing.
Able to get that one up nicely, get some nice air under it. That red tee pad is a great kind of landmark for these players. If they can get to it or beyond it, they know they've done good work.
And speaking of doing work, we're going to be watching our elite level players for the next few weekends, as just in a few days they'll head east. That's on the FPO side. They'll head east into Wisconsin to play the U.S. Women's Disc Golf Championship, PDGA Major, the weekend after that, as I was mentioning, the Disc Mania Challenge. And then right around that time frame, we'll see both the PCS Open as well as the conclusion of the PDGA Masters World's Championship, which is taking place in the Twin Cities. Probably see Danny Polk yet again as that week concludes. Him, Cale LaVisca, a few others, Joe Revere trying to defend his title. We'll also see Big Germ Coling is currently scheduled to play at the Masters Worlds.
Yeah, and that Masters Worlds will be played at Blue Ribbon Pines, which is the hat that Danny Polk's been wearing today. The BRP hat.
Ray and crew over at BRP have really embraced the disc golf community and made it what it is over the last decade plus at BRP. Such a special place and iconic for so many reasons.
Yeah, and also the Masters Worlds, as this is going to go out of bounds for Hamas. The Masters Worlds being played at Kaposia Park, which is also a historic and legendary course in its own right. I first played that back in 2001 in the World Championship that was held when Cam Todd went to win his first and only world title.
Yeah, certainly lots of history here. I didn't see you at that 2001 Worlds. I think you were a few cards ahead of me possibly in that specific competition, but some good times for sure.
Yeah, I was riding that A pool, B pool line. I did play in the A pool throughout the entire tournament. Did cash. Those were the early years, man. I mean, 2001, I was a sophomore in high school.
I believe it was somewhere around 96 or 97. I met Scott Stokely in Minnesota at probably Kaposia Park, in fact. So lots of incredible history, like we said. So excited to see the World Championships for the Masters take place there. That's both Pro and Am Masters taking place. Paul Kranz.
Gets the green flag,
yeah,
but it's going to slide beyond the pin just a little bit. This is one of the reasons why I love this hole. This green is great. The fairway is tight.
Yeah, and a couple of the other events taking place that happen, and especially if you've got your DGN Pro subscription, make sure you're tuning in to watch the action. European Disc Golf Festival as well. That takes place pretty much 2 weekends before we see the PDGA Worlds take place over in Finland. And as I was just mentioning, the Masters Disc Golf World Championship as well. Hole number 14 brought to us by Zenny.
Yeah, let's take a look at this absolute beauty of a hole. It was a couple of years ago that they turned this initial tee shot, which was a par 3, into a combining 2 holes, making it a par 5, 1,058 feet. Like I said, you got to get out, and then it comes very open. That's the big challenge on the tee shot here. We see a lot of sidearms, able to keep it at one angle. There's that red tee pad I'm mentioning. If you can get to that or in front, that is fantastic. Now you're up elevated, throwing down towards this landing strip. Anything on the right beyond the cut grass is out of bounds, and anything over this cart path and left is OB as well. A good second shot generally lands in this area right here. With the distance, the wind, the challenge on the tee pad, really no chance for eagles. If you can get all the way out here, you're going to make a birdie pretty easy. But then you get into a green, which is very challenging. You want to try to check up just about 15 feet short of the pin. Use the slight upslope, because if you land at the pin or beyond, you're going to slide down to outside circle 1 beyond the basket. What a great hole. Really just a gem out here at the preserve. Rick was short, so he had to throw a turnover. That's going to be a red flag. And remember the tee shot we saw from Ricky Terry? It was low immediately, not able to get around that corner. Brings a bigger number into play. And as we head down the stretch, this is the last real challenge. I mean, 18's tough. You have all kinds of out of bounds, of course, but if you can get through this hole with par or better, you're gaining strokes on the field.
That is wide left. Does it have time to hook up and come and fight through? It doesn't. So Borella out of bounds.
Boy, Terry, for AB, it's literally come down to 3 throws. The one on 7, the one on 10, and now this shot right here. Otherwise, AB could be sitting at 7, 8 down right now. Smart play there by Marweed.
I'm surprised to see AB not go with something slower if he's just really trying to play somewhere onto that fairway. Just a nice little turn with his putter and just try to keep it right in the middle. The forehand seemed just more squirrely.
I don't disagree with that sentiment, but as we just saw with the flyover, if you leave it too far back, like where Marweed just put it, the up and down percentage drops significantly because it plays all slightly back uphill. The more distance you can get on that second shot, the better you have of getting that birdie up and down. Of course, Simon's going to try to blast one here.
I was just going to say, it's now the time to call for the albatross. Simon needs to get something going.
Can he just get it down on the ground here? Yes, great shot. Great shot.
All right, with that, sounds like we've got Calvin Heimberg in the clubhouse, and I believe he's talking to Big Germ.
We are sitting here with Calvin Heimberg, who just came in with a 7 under par, currently sitting in a tie for 4th place. Talk about the conditions on a pretty sloppy day here at the Preserve.
Yeah, the course is pretty wet, but fortunately for the majority of our round, we avoided the rain. The rain didn't really come and hit us until the very end, but I would say most of the damage has already been done on the course. You know, all your footing was always going to be a little sloppy, but yeah, it was easy to keep things dry until the very end.
What is your goal when you come into a course like the Preserve, which is generally more of a sprint-style course, but with the conditions today, do you lay off that a little bit, or is it still pretty much attack mode?
Yeah, I think today was still pretty much attack mode. You know, if it had been raining during the round, maybe a little bit off, but I think it's still, even in bad conditions, you really do have to get off to a quick start because you can play yourself out of this tournament really fast.
What was a bigger factor, the wind or the rain?
I think today for me personally was the wind. I definitely made a few reads that were just way off. I don't know. The footing was a little wet. I tend to throw a little different. I think a lot of people tend to like kind of stand up when they're throwing, use a little more upper body, and it causes some people to pull it. So I was definitely doing some of that and made a few pretty bad wind reads, I feel like, that kind of got me a little out of position. But yeah, so as a whole, definitely wind. The rain didn't really come in as a factor until the very last hole.
That's Calvin Heimberg sitting at 7 under. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
How much fun does that look like, Nate?
Look, we have the best job in the world as professional disc golfers, but our game is played outside. Sometimes you just got to deal with it. I think Ganon Buhr said it perfectly earlier. This is when it feels like a job. And, you don't always want to do it, but got to work for the payoff. AB way back here. Obviously he has the power, but
I was going to say, is this a dangerous situation where he tries to make up too much?
I think so. He needs to kick left.
Yes, he does, because that's out of bounds. And it looks like he comes into the short grass, so he should be in bounds, but it definitely was flirting with being pulled in.
Absolutely, and bogey at best. And really, again, this green is so tough and so awesome that it's really no guarantee for Borelli. He's going to have to throw a nice little touch shot to get this one close.
Evan Smith with a par look on 15. he's at 4 under, so he can string together a couple more birdies, maybe pick up that eagle. You could see him getting to 6 or 7 under.
This is danger town for Ricky as well, Terry. He's got it on a good line. It's just going to be short. And then that becomes a very risky putt, as we know the slope behind the basket comes into play. You know, Ricky's just a momentum player, and he's been unable to get really any kind of consistency going today. And that's really been the downfall of Ricky Wysocki. Not out of it by any means, but not looking good at the moment. So you see what I'm saying, Terry? It's a great example. Marwi played that safe shot just like you said, but look at how much more distance he has. And it plays all uphill. And it just makes it tough to judge the distance. Let's see if Marwi can't do it. Not bad for Marwi. He's probably going to trickle a little bit down there to the right of the basket. It just takes so much more energy to have to crouch down and dry everything. The only thing I'd be worried about there, Terry, is it kind of rolling towards that out of bounds, but I think he had enough just to sit down. Oh, wow. Inches. Not even. Millimeters. Yeah. Millimeters. He got up there more than I thought, so it's actually a relatively easy shot if he wants to lay it up. If he's going to go for it, he could bring a bigger number into play. Smart play by Simon. He'd like to be a little closer than that, though.
Austin Turner, forehand on 16. Expecting a big skip or two here. One or two little skips and then somewhat of a roll. That'll give him a look for birdie.
Yeah, he's on the front side of that mound, so actually quite a bit of distance left. Not surprised there, Terry. Smart play. Ricky can't go for it there. If he misses long, exponentially get worse. Smith short as well. Now he'd be parking the, well, not quite. Actually, that worked away a little bit left, but that little mound of wood chips is going to be the B pin tomorrow on the front side of the mound. Last par that Simon Lizotte had was on hole 5. In the last 8 holes, AB has just 1 par. This is all versus Marweed, who is just slow and steady. 1 bogey, 4 under par. Marweed is the best of this group to par.
Hole 15, thanks to our friends at Zenny.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Like I said before, no out of bounds here. You got that Mando and this little ridge to navigate. If you can get up and over this ridge, that's job number 1. If you can bend it right, the more right you can go, the more you can shorten this second shot. And the second shot, there's not a lot in it. Yeah, you have a little bit of distance to deal with. You have this one big tree, which in my opinion is more of a landmark to judge the distance than anything. The challenge here on 15 minus that tee shot with the Mando is this green. It slopes, it's very exposed. And if you get up back right, like we saw Calvin, these branches come into play. It's a hole that's not that difficult if you can get a good tee shot. Certainly one that all 4 of these guys, even in these conditions, are looking to birdie. Simon's battled all the way back to under par. 1 under so far. Definitely going to see Marweed go to the sidearm. I'll be interested to see if Ricky throws one and or Barella. Both have awesome sidearms. A lot of power.
Marweed doesn't miss the tree by much. Clips just a little piece of it, but out in the open.
Gosh, just a little wrist flick by Barella. Good 50, 60 longer than Marweed.
And no surprise to see Ricky run up very quickly and also throw his tee shot. On 16's green, Evan Smith. Not often do we see this, that all of the hottest rounds are in the clubhouse and no one really pushing up to that spot just yet to overtake one of these top 10.
Yeah, just Calvin, the first person in an hour and a half to crack the top 10. It's looking better and better that he's going to be playing on that lead card. Kind of Marweed's the only one that could maybe come up and do something if Marweed can pick up a few birdies.
And Turner.
So that's what I was saying. Being short on that mound, Terry, brings those branches of that pine tree into play.
Turner could potentially get to 4 or 5 under. And we're seeing what our main feature card has done today.
That's what I was alluding to before. Look at AB. I mean, The guy only has 4 pars on the day. Same could be said for Simon Lizotte. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4. What a set of scorecards. Andrew Marweed, who's kind of just been playing safe, is the best player in the group. I was wondering if Ricky didn't get out of the tall grass. This makes the second shot just a little bit frustrating because it's kind of heavy, wet grass. It gets just inside the circle. Make your shoes just a little bit more wet than they already are. For Marweed to make the lead card, he'd have to birdie out. If he's tied with Calvin at 7, he loses out on the PPGA number. Marweed in the 75,000 range. Calvin in the 45,000 range. Peekaboo. I play that with my son all the time. He loves it.
Morella's second.
Not good. He'll be extremely frustrated. Just not fully committed to that one, Terry. Just really kind of came up and out of it very early. Again, the slope of that green all works to the left. So if you're short left, it's going to just keep running away from it.
Turner on the 17th. That is low. You see the splash as it hits the ground. Paul Kranz on the tee of 16. As you were just saying, that's going to be parked for tomorrow's pin position.
Edge of circle for today's position.
Seen a number of umbrellas start to blow away.
Yeah, the trick is to shove it right through the top of the, you got that little handle on top of your bag, put it right through there. That should hold it tight. It's a scary putt. Sloping away behind the pin. Not worried about it. Birdie.
No fear.
What a great day for Paul. He started off with that bogey on 1, just never really able to recover.
And when you're AB, you're stepping up to hole 15, almost counting that as a birdie, right? You're the power that you have as we watch Turner drain it from way deep in circle 2.
Turner's making a good little run here. You know, tied for 13th. He hasn't had the best season. This is a good round for him. Oh,
another umbrella.
And Rick's just not even going to worry about it. It's going to continue to blow, maybe. Oh, it stays still. Good. And he cashes the birdie. To answer your question, yes, they're standing on the tee wanting the birdie. They know it's a birdie hole. Standing at his second shot, he's thinking 10 out of 10. I mean, it's a literally a spike hyzer at 380. So very frustrated for AB. Really for, I would say, any player in the tournament. Here goes another umbrella.
Left side.
The parlous streaks continue for Simon. I mean, this is just crazy. That gets Simon to 2 under. And he's played horribly, but he's still kind of hanging in there. 2 under is currently tied for 35th.
And Marweed connects. So Borella will be the only one to not birdie on this card.
And that's going to bump Marweed inside the top 10. Same set for Evan Smith. 5 under is tied for 9th.
Top 10 here, also known as our hot rounds, as we're opening here in round number 1. Hopefully tomorrow things will heat up a little bit more on the ground, as we've had some just brutal conditions today that they've been fighting through.
Yeah, I think it's perfect time to throw a big shout out to the crew on the ground, the tournament staff, all the volunteers, and of course our team, all the cameramen running around out there. Grant slipping, falling, getting wet.
Ganon was fortunate. He had less rain to deal with, as he said. Gets in at the 11 under, including the eagle on the 18th.
Yeah, it's interesting. As Ganon did his interview, he was talking about, yeah, we had the worst of the conditions. The early part of the round was terrible, but actually he got to play these birdie holes at the end in some of the better conditions, because now that time has passed, these guys are playing these holes in wet, heavy rain, a lot of wind.
Hammis is going to take it right to the pin.
Gosh, Hammis has just not been able to do anything today. Sitting at 1 over. He's going to get back to even par. Give him an ace.
Oh, off the chains. Danny Polk.
Oh, wow, what a shot by Danny. Incredible. It was right around here. I'm thinking, boy, he got it up pretty high. That might go in.
Just off center, a little high and left.
Yeah, just a degree of turn more. Had he headed into that basket a little flatter, I think it would have stuck. Great shot. I think here, that's about as good as you're going to do. It's a really tough hole to park. The only way that you can get inside that bullseye is you have to take the right side pine tree, which is going to be short and right of the basket, about 15 feet. And if you can check skip just in front of that, you might stay close. But for the most part, I think taking that, call it 25-footer to the right and beyond the pin, that's about as good as you're going to do. And the reason I like that better than where Marweed's going to be is that Simon will be putting back uphill, not really worried about the drop-off behind.
Rick putting plenty into this one. Hits the tree you were just talking about, but then gets a nasty rollout.
That ground play helped AB a little bit. It's pretty wide there, but kind of snuck back into a makeable putt.
Hammes fights himself back to par, fights his way back to par, I should say. And Danny putting in for the birdie. It's been a minute since he's had one, but an exciting one at that. I'm going to take another look at it.
I mean, just a degree more of angle. He would have hit more on the pole, and that thing would have stuck. What a great shot by Danny. Nice to see him smile. As you said, Terry, in the beginning of the show, one of the nicest people in disc golf. Lucky to have him around.
Excited to see what he can do here in his home state of Minnesota for the Masters World Championships. Like I said, just a few weeks ago, finished a couple strokes behind Nate Sexton at the Tim Selinsky. He was ahead of Kale. He was ahead of Dave Feldberg and a number of others that were battling it out there.
And, I mean, you really got to hand it to Danny because he's had one heck of a career in Open. And he had to go up against Kale for all them years. I mean, it's kind of, what do they say? Iron sharpens iron. I mean, it's great to have a good player in your region. It made Danny a better player, and I'm sure Danny made Kale a better player as well.
Yeah, they had, as Rick comes up just short. Yeah, other top guns around here for a number of years, the likes of Alex Geisinger as well, one of the longest throwers we've ever seen in the game.
Drummond.
Yeah, the Drummond brothers have been around. Timmy Gill.
Yeah, I was going to say Tim Gill, one of the early pioneers of, I mean, filmed disc golf.
Yeah.
If you're on YouTube, and I don't know if it's out there, look up Tim Gill Cold Pizza. He was one of the first guys to get on ESPN talking about disc golf. Really, really cool moment. That's got to be on YouTube.
Oh,
right,
it's
Terry?
out there.
Yeah.
It's out there. I've
If
got
not,
it
you
on
should put it up.
I was gonna say I've got it on a CD somewhere.
On a VHS?
Too. Yeah.
Let's see if Marweed can keep this birdie run going. That's a negative. Kind of dashes his hope for lead card at least. I mean, he could still find the chase card, a couple more birdies. I just don't think he has the power to get 18 as far as the Eagles concerned. Let's see if Simon can continue to put on a show for the crowd. Another chance here. Back up the hill. About a step inside the circle. You look at this one on the course map, Terry, you're thinking, it's 400 feet, nothing in the way. These guys are going to birdie it. And ultimately, it is a very challenging green. And this card of some of the best players in the world, nobody is going to take a 2.
Turner on the tee of 18.
18's one of those holes where power can help you, but also power can hurt you. I think if you're a player that does not have that elite power, playing this hole 2 shots short of the second water carry could actually save you several strokes, because the people that put themselves sort of in middle ground, that's where you start to see bigger numbers. Earlier today, I mean, we saw it was Silas Schultz who threw OB off the tee, trying to get that big power. He went on to make a 7. So I think if you don't have that elite power, playing it for the birdie at best could actually save you 2 or 3 extra strokes.
All right, we're going to take a look at hole 17, but also I want to throw it out to Grant Zellner. Grant, we just saw one off the chains by Danny. What are you thinking as they head down the tunnel?
Well, the tunnel is less than 15 feet wide, and OB is less than 21 feet beyond the pin on the player's right side long. This is a precision shot, and it should be some fun to watch. Simon shows us how. Right down the middle, just a little bit of turn and a little bit of fade on that disc, and he is inside the bullseye just long. Gets that disc to whoa up on the brakes just as it came up to the basket. Looks like we've got Andrew lining up a forehand. You got to go with what you're comfortable with when you've only got 15 feet to work with, and it's not just one gap, it's a series of gaps going about 2/3 or so of the way from tee to basket. Andrew now keeping things low, flipping it up, going to get eaten up by this grass. We've talked about how thick the grass is here on the property, and it's only getting thicker with all of this rainfall. Quickly up, Ricky. And there's that 15 feet. That disc would have worked if this hallway was about 17 feet wide, but 15 feet not going to do it. Ricky will have to settle for a par. And finally, AB. Airborne all the way down through the hallway, gets everything to check up just outside the bullseye. So we've got 2 virtually certain birdies here out of the foursome. And a little momentum heading into the challenging 18th. Challenging because some may still be tempted to go for eagle in these conditions. We'll have to wait and see.
Thank you, Grant. As we're headed over to the 18th, Evan Smith with his second.
Disappointing there for Evan. The sand trap is horrible stance, horrible footing to throw over this on this third shot. You got to put it on that flat area to the right of that sand bunker. Ricky just does not have it today, man. He didn't have it yesterday either, Terry. I think there's a part of me that, you know, is thinking that travel back and forth to Sweden, I think that takes a lot out of you, man. We'll see if that becomes a factor, or if he might be able to pop something really, really good. But it's hard to chase people down at the preserve because it's a sprint generally.
Rarely do we see emotion or much emotion or frustration out of Andrew Marweed. See just a hint of it there. It's been a very long day for our competitors out there. get AB to 4 under. Still had a chance to get to 6 if he eagles the final hole. Something tells me he's going to be going for it. Assuming he gets a good clean tee shot off, there's no brakes on AB in terms of going for that eagle.
Yeah, he has the advantage of elite, godlike power. And he could throw something a little bit more stable to try to keep it cleanly in that fairway. Still, Marweed the best in the group. This sand is really tough to throw a shot in. And Evan did a nice job there to make sure he got it up and over. But I think a great example, Terry, if you're landing at this basket with hyzer, you're going to easily skip outside of circle 1. It's very hard packed ground up by the basket. And same could be said for the backhand on the left side as well.
Been brutal for some out here today, dealing with the conditions, the crazy elements, wind, rain, a little bit of chill in the air. The uncharacteristic mistakes by a number of these players.
I really take what Calvin said to heart in the sense that as we see Calvin putting here and airmailing it, I really take what he said to heart. It was hard today to judge the wind. What was it going to do? It was very inconsistent and it was swirling quite a bit for these guys. And I think that's why you're seeing some of these bigger mistakes. It's really difficult to try to rely on the wind to do something and then it doesn't do what you expect it to do. It's going to be a backup here on 18.
Yeah, and thanks to our friends at Hold My Bag Fantasy Disc Golf, we've got some option to make some picks. How are these stacking up for you, Nate?
Yeah, well, they're not doing so great right now.
Now.
What I would say is we still have 2 rounds to go. Obviously, I mean, again, this is such a fun thing because it gets you looking at all the names. You got to pick these 5 tiers. Super fun. Well, I got to pick Ricky in tier 1. He's the defending 2-time champion. I really thought Eagle would play better, although maybe the weather got to him. Luke Taylor has a ton of power. Thought he would take at it. And really, you look at the theme here. Champion and 4 guys who have elite level power. The rain, and the wind did not let them take advantage of it.
We do have Eagle McMahon currently all knotted up along with Luke Taylor. So the good news is you'll be able to watch them at the same time potentially, depending on how the cards shake out. They also tied Kale LaVisca on the day.
Yeah, I'll be watching. Don't you worry, Tear Bear. We got 18 here. You can see the initial water carry. Again, you can't go OB right. If you're going to make the mistake, it's got to be left or short. And if you're not at that elite level power, you're going to play it safe. And you want to land just to the right here. You want to be on that flat spot. That sand is very challenging. We just saw it affect both Smith and who was the other one?
What we saw Turner go over there?
Yeah, Austin Turner. Thank you, Terry. They had issues with that sand, and you can see they drifted away. If you have that elite level power and you can get into this golf sand bunker here, great opportunity to make an eagle putt there. We saw Calvin actually get pin high.
All right, fine. We'll play together. What tournament? No, it's like set music. Live music.
You play guitar too?
Saturday and Sunday? Yeah.
Ricky Wysocki has not finished worse than second at the Preserve since 2021.
The whole week looks terrible.
It's like the multi-talented AJ Risley as our cam op right now, talking about playing maybe some music along with Simon. Turner with a birdie look to close out.
I mean, this is going to be most likely one of the best opening rounds for Austin. I mean, he's just outside the top 10. Austin hasn't had a great season up to this point. I think both of those pars are somewhat due to landing in that sand.
So the approach there from Kyle Klein. He's had a rough go at it today. We saw the short putt missed by Klein over on 17 moments ago, and I'm guessing he was probably caught up short, maybe even left, and went out of bounds, and then couldn't get up and down from there. Not a lot of birdies, though.
So Danny's way left over here. He's going to have to try to play this left side turnover shot. This is scary, especially with the wind coming off the right. I don't know, Tare. As long as he's not in the water, he's safe. There is actually safe ground all the way around. No, it'd be unlikely that Danny found.
There's nothing worse than paying like $100 for this and just being jumped. I know. I did that with so many Venoms. And they're all flippers. Right. Dang it. Yeah.
As we start to close things out, I can check in with Grant and see if you have any parting shots for us after your day out in the rain there, Grant.
Yeah, standing here on 18 fairway, watching the second to last card finish up and the final card getting ready. This is the first time they've had to really stand a while, and that's the only time that I've gotten cold today is when I've had to stand still for more than 3 or 4 minutes, so hopefully they're staying loose and warm. You know, it finished not that pleasant in many respects, and I'm sure the players would agree, especially those that didn't score well, but I think we're going to have an interesting day tomorrow. I think spirits are going to be up. I think a lot of people are going to be hungry, maybe ready to take some risks, and that means a really fun day for us. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, thank you so much.
And that's a red flag for Paul Kranz. He's going to be short. Might even have to rethrow from back in the fairway. It's likely did not cross inbounds. I don't disagree with what Grant just said. That being said, Ganon Buhr has a 4-shot lead over 4th place in his own card. And he's the #1 player in the world. It is going to be challenging for the field to try to make some kind of move. I mean, hopefully we see something, but I think very critical for these other 3 in the lead card to try to make an early push.
Short and left for Hammes. You have a downhill putt, as you can see right there at Circle's Edge. Klein. We'll see who's brave enough to fight the conditions to be out there socializing tonight. See a little bit of a vendor village. I'm going to assume there's some kind of music taking place. I know there's been a lot of extracurriculars that have gone on throughout the years. Hopefully the rain won't put too much of a damper on all of that.
That's going to need a little juice to come back. That wind's going to help him, Terry. Wow. He is in bounds. It's going to be a tough run up. He's on that side slope, so he's going to have to kind of deal with an uphill side hill run up. Maybe he actually has to worry about going OB left, but he's in bounds.
You? All right. So
It's Andy.
This is absolutely what we expected from Marwe. Just play it safe. Throw your second shot into that flat area to the right of the sand bunker and try to make birdie.
Correct. Push your baby.
Very nice from Ricky.
Nice, Ricky.
Most importantly, he'll have that flat footing as opposed to what you just said about Simon having that slight incline that he'll have to throw from. So we'll see if Rick has some heroics or something magical to give to us here on the final hole. Ganon off to the good start here today. Him and Cory Ellis going back to back. In fact, right as I believe when we came on the air, Cory Ellis was out in front of Ganon by a stroke or two. He still continued to play well, but he didn't constantly birdie and then eagle out as what we saw from Ganon. Ganon going 5 under in the last 4 holes?
No, he
or was
went
it 6
under in the final
last 5? Okay.
And it was that big putt on 16 when we caught him there. And then this one on 18 for eagle. And Ganon Buhr is the #1 player in the world. He said it himself in his post-round interview. He has not won here. And back in 2021, he finished in 4th. And that was the best finish he's had here at the Preserve. So for Ganon, he's got this one eyed up. He is in the lead. And as long as he has a pretty good round tomorrow and stays on that lead card or in the lead, he is certainly the man to win it.
And Amos will get back to even par. A rough round, plenty of ups and downs for Adam Hammis, including the quadruple bogey that he took on 7, but fights back to par. Klein, he's going to remain at 3 over. Paul Kranz is in.
It's a control shot required here for Marweed. It's not that long of a shot, probably less than 300 feet. This is what I was referencing with AB's power. If he goes too far left, this is right where the left side out of bounds starts, where this golf cart path ends. So it goes off to the left there, and then anything to the left of that path and off in the distance is OB. And, I mean, look, Terry, it was only about 15, 20 feet that kept him in bounds. He's going to have to use his big power to go up and over these cedar trees and try to get it all the way back to that golf green on the par 5. It's pretty high.
Still going.
Might just stick.
And it does.
Eagle.
Inside 20 feet for Anthony Barella on the 18th.
So that's going to get AB to 6. If he can make that putt, that would put him in a tie for 6th. AB has 4 bogey strokes on his card today. And every one of those bogey strokes, Terry, was all self-inflicted on not that challenging of shots. So got to look at AB tomorrow. The better conditions, if he can get on a heater, he might be able to push up and challenge. You can see the slope that Simon's dealing with over there. Sort of an uphill, side hill run up. And what this could do is maybe he might get it a little too high. He has to do good work at trying to keep that disc level so he doesn't get too pushed up in the air, and it might get pushed a little off to the left here. Oh, I think he's done a good job. Yes. In the sand bunker, just short. Simon had to use all of his elite skills to make that work. Just think, Simon will have this eagle putt to get to 5 down. I mean, at one point on the back 9, I think it was 2 over. It's been an impressive bounce back for Simon. If he can, you got to think at least he's going to be at 4 under. Boy, Marweed's second shot was just perfect. Third shot not far off either.
That'd be one way for him to card the eagle, just throw it in from 300 feet. As dreary as it was outside, it was a colorful scorecard for Simon Lizotte today.
Yeah, look at between holes 6 and 15, not a single par, but really from 13 to 18 here. If he can finish this off with an eagle, he's going to shoot that 6 under for the final 6 holes. And that's what I was alluding to. It was at 1.2 over, even on the back 9. I think it was just early on. He was a little bit hyped up. You know, there's the pressure of being the sponsor of the tournament, and he was a little quick. That lower body to upper body connection wasn't quite there, but as we got into the back 9, he sort of calmed down a little bit, and he's definitely made some good throws since then.
Wysocki quickly approach there a moment ago. You may have seen that disc just come into frame. So Lizotte for an eagle and a 5-under effort today.
Great camera work there. Just a little bit nose up for Simon. Generally when Simon's making putts, you're going to see that nose down. But him coming out of this low section with the sand bunker, you can see just a little bit nose up. Had he had that a little flatter, that would have penetrated those chains and maybe made an eagle. Either way, he's going to shoot 4 under. Not horrible.
Yeah, that's exactly what we will see Wysocki shoot, I believe.
Yeah.
Marweed to close out with birdie and to get to 6 under. Rick will finish at 4, Marweed at 6. Anthony Barella, 2 big drives. That gets him to 6 under. Simon has other obligations I'm sure that he's going to attend to, including a conversation with us, and we'll get a post-round interview. But initially, what are your thoughts here after the round?
Well, I think just the look on Simon's face says it all right there. It was an exhausting day playing in just questionable wind, heavy rain at times. But overall, not bad. I mean, obviously, Ganon Buhr, the #1 player in the world, shooting an 11 down. We still got 2 guys at double digits. I really am a little bit shocked with Anthony Barella. Again, I just said it. The 3 holes that he took bogey strokes on were just all self-inflicted wounds. He could have easily been at 10. I think even not even playing ultimately that great. So I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be a lot of work for these guys tomorrow to try to chase down Ganon.
Yeah, and sometimes we talk about even just how it feels when you close out on that final hole. We saw the 3 birdies. Anthony Barella picks up the eagle. That's something that he can rest his head on, when he puts his head down on the pillow tonight.
Momentum. Yeah.
And we'll see if he takes from that. Everyone's looking forward to a reset and probably some hot chocolate. We're going to take a quick break right here on the network, and then when we come back, we're going to have a little conversation on Simon Lizotte and our OTB Only the Best shot of the day.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
Better. Thank you.
EDGE is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what EDGE is. It makes everything simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
Your membership dollars have a huge impact on the growth of the game of disc golf. The PDGA uses membership dollars to provide and aid disc golf as it spreads across the globe. From tools like the PDGA app and Tournament Manager, services like the TD Helpline, and grant programs that support the growth of disc golf globally. Your active membership also brings you access to select member benefits, including free and discounted access to the Disc Golf Network. So sign up today, and we'll see you out on the course.
We are here with Simon Line Neutron Balance, the first mid-range in the Simon Line. If I had to compare it to an MVP disc, I would say a reactor that feels a bit more like a hex, but flies slightly more overstable than a reactor. This is a disc that could really handle anything. Windy days, forehand and backhand. I will get aces with this, I don't doubt that. The Simon Line Balance, available now.
Welcome into Tournament Central as we've officially completed round number 1 here at the Preserve Championship, brought to us by Simon Line. Our leader out in front is Ganon Buhr with Cory Ellis right behind him, but we get to catch up with the primary sponsor and one Simon Lizotte with Grant Zellner.
With Simon Lizotte, the player, for starters, you were over par through 12 holes, clawed your way back to 4 under, moving up 9 spots with that final birdie. You're now in a tie for 15th. How does it feel?
It feels like an acceptable result, and it definitely feels like I did not deserve any better than that today, because I was not feeling it. I don't know what it was, if I was in my head about something or if it was just something physical, but something was off. And yeah, the condition obviously on top of that, with the wind, rain, and cold, the trifecta of just what you don't really want in a disc golf round. But yeah, I'm glad I kind of kept my head in there at the end and shot an acceptable score.
5 birdies in the last 6 holes. When the conditions were getting at their worst, conditions should be a whole lot better tomorrow. Can you take anything from today and learn from it for tomorrow, or tomorrow just a new blank slate?
Yeah, not really, I think. I kind of just got to forget about today and just keep moving on. I played 3 practice rounds that were all in no wind and warmer conditions, and it was a lot better. I felt a lot better overall. So yeah, round 1s have been lackluster for me all season, so I'm kind of used to this feeling, kind of need to play catch up right from the start, and we'll see. New Simon tomorrow. It's always how it goes.
Well, if you don't mind, I do want to talk to a different Simon, the course designer. You've heard and gotten a chance to see a little bit of how scoring went today. Weather conditions aside, are you happy with how the course is playing in terms of scoring and in terms of the situations that you saw out there?
I mean, full honestly, I don't really think we can take today into a real consideration. I mean, it was just so windy, and the course conditions are just so wet and soggy, and people were slipping, and it was just so uncomfortable. So I don't think I'll even look at the stats of today. So the weekend will count.
Well,
I double bogeyed the Newell 7. That pissed me off.
Well, you've got a player hat to wear, you've got a course designer hat to wear, you've got sort of a host hat to wear, lots of obligations this week. Are you finding it easy to shift from roll to roll to roll, or are things sort of on your mind at all times?
I mean, I had a really busy warm-up week again with doing the match play event, the skins event, the MVP practice round, so there's not really much time to just completely focus on myself and my practice. That seems to be secondary, but I'm also kind of used to that. I do that a lot. I try to be involved as much as I can, of course. We know that in our niche sport, the media game is often a priority.
and especially for me, I just kind of like being involved wherever I can. So evidently, I guess the answer to your question is not really. I struggled today a bit, but that's okay.
Regardless, you clawed your way back into the top 15, ready to give it a go tomorrow. Well done, Simon Lizotte.
Cheers, thank you.
Certainly a man that wears many hats, and fierce competitor seems to be one of them, at least the way he clawed back today. Good to see. Was there anything surprising that you heard Simon tell you? I mean, he, like we said, he wears a lot of hats, but anything jump out at you?
No, not at all. In fact, I just texted Simon and I said, hey, man, great job today. The lower body was just a little quick. I think that started to become more evident as the day went on. But what I would say about Simon is what a great ambassador for our sport, and what a great person. As we know, he's made a lot of money doing what he does. And for him to give back in this way, be a part of this tournament, continue to give back to his fellow competitors as well as all the fans, couldn't be more proud of Simon. So ultimately, like he said, it's a new Simon tomorrow.
Yeah, and I love that he's able to really just reset. You know, he already has an attitude. It doesn't feel like he carries a lot of things over time and time again, or day after day, or whatever the case might be. I'm completely confident in that reset tomorrow. I'm sure we'll get the showman throwing crazy shots yet again tomorrow, and it could lead to a course record. It could lead to a 5-under. It doesn't matter. It seems like he's always just going to go with the flow, and great to see it.
I agree.
All right, a couple of other competitors out there today. The ones that we really started the show with were our top two guys in Cory Ellis, who had the lead at the time, and then Ganon Buhr ultimately overtook him. And Ganon was doing it with some solid putting, along with just putting himself in position time and time again. Ultimately had a clean scorecard and then finished out very strong. Cory Ellis only had one blemish on the day. It was hole number 9. Great to see these two battle tomorrow.
And in Cory's post-round interview, he talked about how it was nice to play with Ganon. They were sort of pushing each other. And I actually think that at some level, Cory was the one pushing Ganon, and it really came down to 2 pars on 16 and 17 for Cory. That was the big difference. And I was talking about, I mean, the field's got to be in trouble, right? Ganon Buhr's the #1 player in the world. He is a great front runner. That being said, just 2 weeks ago, when we talked about all that stuff that was going on between AB and Ganon, Cory Ellis was on that card, which means that Cory Ellis is playing well. He could be peaking right now. So right now, if you're a fan of disc golf, Cory Ellis is the guy to push Ganon. And if it's any one of these guys, whether it's Calvin Heimberg or AB or anybody on the chase or third card, they're hoping that they get into a little squabble and then they can kind of sneak up in there. You're not going to get all these strokes back right now. You got to try to get a few back tomorrow, and then hopefully you can get to Sunday with a chance to win.
Yeah, we'll see who can chip away, and that's all assuming Ganon has another great day tomorrow. Someone who had a great day out there, we're talking about Grant, of course, and let's bring him in and have a conversation. As you were walking around out there today, Grant, was there anything else that jumped out at you? We know the weather was the #1 conversation, but what would be, storyline 2 or plot 2?
Well, guys, the first thing that comes to mind for me is some of the attitudes that I saw on the course. And I'm not necessarily talking about bad attitudes or poor sportsmanship or anything like that, but players talking to themselves, players showing a little bit of emotion earlier in the round, especially considering it's just day #1, than I usually see out here on tour. A lot of players, they give themselves a little bit more grace for at least the first 6 or 9 or 12 or even all 18 holes of the first round. There was a lot of frustration sometimes within the first 5 or 6 holes. Saw it in the morning as well with the FPO field. Players seem to have a pace in mind that they think they need to match here at the Preserve, and due to the conditions, they weren't meeting that pace and didn't have a lot of comfort with that fact. So I thought that was really interesting, and I think it'll be interesting to see how players respond tomorrow, because a lot of players seem to be really looking forward to different conditions tomorrow.
Well, I'll jump into that specifically in just a moment. That pace, this feels like you have to go out, you have to get birdies. I feel like that needs to get scaled back in this weather, and maybe they were having a hard time adjust to that. The question then is, what does tomorrow's weather look like? If that's what we've been talking about for 2 days now, what are we finally going to maybe see Saturday and Sunday?
Well, I know tomorrow the chances of rain are very, very much diminished. I know that they expect perhaps even some sunshine to shine through. And this is the Midwest. Terry, you know as well as I and anybody else, it could be just about anything. I think a lot of the players' attitudes are that anything is better than this. Anything would be more scoreable. Anything would be more comfortable. And that's why I'm really curious, not so much what the individual hot rounds will be tomorrow, but what will the field average do? And will that cause an accordion effect, or will that allow the leaders to sort of extend their lead, so to speak, over the rest of the field? That's going to be, I think, the interesting part about tomorrow.
All right. Well, Grant, I have one final question for you, which is, besides going and drying off your socks or finding a heater to put them on, what are some of the activities that you can find yourself doing? It's a very active space out there on the property with a lot of people even staying on site. Anything that you're going to go find yourself doing tonight?
Yeah, you know, there's music playing right now. There's food trucks all around this area and some great vendors in the area. There's also some activities. I may not jump in the activities. I feel a little damp for it, but there are some activities going on here on site, some putting contests. I understand there's a glow course out here on site and some other throwing contests. Out on the course, there are places where there are Christmas lights wrapped around trees. Of course, they weren't on yet, but I expect that they could be. So they are plowing through with a festival-like atmosphere. And I got to say, the gallery that's out here, especially given that it's a work day and it's a Friday, they're responding. They're having a lot of fun. They're sticking around. And so I think tonight, things will get off to a nice, healthy start, and then I expect over the weekend the gallery size will balloon, and we're going to have a lot of fun, a lot of noise, a lot of roars coming from different parts of the property, and then plenty to do when the playing is done.
All right. Well, we appreciate it. Again, go get yourself dried off, and we're looking forward to talking to you tomorrow morning when we kick back off with our FPO action. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. Appreciate you. And I got to say, I mean, Minnesota is one of the top regions in the country for disc golf, and it has been for a very long time. I fully expect the crowds to be fantastic. And I think we started the show with this, or we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but this is a great spot for the players to be. Yeah. I mean, I know the weather sucks and it's cold and all that, but they can go out there. Certainly the ones that live on the road, they can be out there. They have their space. They can be comfortable. And I don't know. It's a great week. I love being in Minnesota.
Yeah, certainly do. Well, it is time for our OTB, only the best shot of the day.
I'm going with Danny Polk. I'm going, was it, no.
Yeah,
what, was it Danny?
It was Danny, of course.
Yeah. I mean, I know he didn't play the best today, but that was an incredible shot. One little degree from being an ace.
Well, that's part of the best. That's the best thing about being the shot of the day is it's just one shot. That's all we're focused on. Danny would go on, of course, to birdie this because he drops right next to the pin after ringing him some chains on the 17th. Awesome to see. It was kind of a highlight within our entire broadcast booth on what felt like kind of a sluggish day. Danny Polk, the local, the Masters eligible competitor, ringing it up on 17, a near ace. That is your day one OTB, only the best shot of the day. Tomorrow morning we kick back off at 9:30 Central. We'll be bringing you the FPO action, and then back in the afternoon at 3 p.m. Central. For Grant Zellner on the ground, along with Nate Doss, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We'll see you tomorrow in Clearwater, Minnesota.